Hello, good morning. There are many stage starts, but that all-important stage finish is always important to a stage race. Thanks for joining us. Martin McDonald and John Mould with you to take you through today's stage 2, line to line. From the flag drop to the arrival, we are live. Thanks for joining us. And along the route, first intermediate sprint of the day will come with 151.6 kilometres to go. 2 climbs and 2 additional sprints for bonus seconds. 10, 6 and 4 on the line. If you weren't with us yesterday, Arvid Decline taking the offensive yesterday, and by virtue of picking up the bonus seconds along the route, the Rouge Online Insurance rider put himself into 3rd in the general classification. You can see the riders are down at the start awaiting the rollout. There is a 6.1 kilometre neutralised section that they will have on the rollout. Arvid Decline, you can see there in our turquoise leaders jersey. That is the leaders jersey here in Tour de Langkawi. He also leads in the points classification. That means Sasha Vimas of Human Powered Health will be wearing the orange jersey as points leader today. Second with 12 points. Decline at top with 15, and Gleb Sarista third at 9 points. In terms of the King of the Mountains today, it is the Terengganu Polygon rider, Ayman Zarif, who leads in the King of the Mountains, looking to take that title yet again back to Cannes. Second with 2 points, and Sirionachai is cloudy, bit of sun, chance of rain throughout the day. We had a few rain showers for the riders to contend with yesterday, but it's a flat stage, and John, that means that on the rollout it should be another day for the sprinters today.
On paper, exactly that, all about the sprinters, but we saw the big battle that we had yesterday. That fight for the breakaway took at least an hour, so it's going to be similar, and this key point on the stage, that first intermediate sprint at the time from some other teams to control this race.
Yeah, I mean, in terms we see the neutralised section. If you're tuning in for our broadcast today and you're new to cycling, we have a 6.1 kilometre neutral zone, and we just have this. Just usually gets the race out of the town to the start point. For Tudor Pro cycling, as is tradition within cycling, it is up to the leader's jersey a lot of the time to control the race, especially on a flat day such as this, where A, they got a chance of a stage win, and B, they got a chance of defending the jersey. Yeah,
it's the done thing as such. Everyone looks straight at the leader's jersey team.
So joining us, we'll give you a little information on Kota Bharu. It's the capital city of the state of Kelantan. Located in the northeastern region of the peninsular Malaysia. It is situated near the border with Thailand and is known for its rich cultural heritage and natural beauty, which you saw there from our great drone shots of just how green and beautiful this region is. Kota Bharu is often referred to as the cultural capital of Malaysia. It's a place where you can immerse yourself in the traditions and customs of Malay culture. Visitors can explore the traditional Malay architecture, visit the ornate mosques, and experience the vibrant local markets. In terms of the local cuisine, which as a visitor to Malaysia is always the most important part for me, is the food, and it is most of the time. We're all bike riders, we love food around the world, so it's usually the local thing that we look for. Kelantanese cuisine is renowned for its unique and flavorful dishes. Make sure to try nasi kerabu, a blue rice dish served with herbs, vegetables and a choice of protein. Absolutely bonkers. It's mind-bending, yeah. Is blue rice. I don't know why. I think it's just a colour thing, but we love the blue rice here in this part of the world. On the neutral zone, John, we see riders just having a chat on the rollout. Is it a good opportunity on a neutral section just to catch up?
Yeah, of course, you're not in the same hotel all the time with certain teams, so you have a lot of friends in the peloton. Yeah, nice to have a bit of a chat, a little catch up, and then it's normally a bit of a relaxed time. the bunch is easy enough to move around in this race. We only have 128 riders.
Sparta here from Czechia for the Caja Rural team, rides for a Spanish team. You've got Harif Saleh, who he's very, when we, having been very lucky in life to travel around the world to places like this and all over, I've been all over the world, and I think that's the beauty of sport. And I think when you see two riders chatting there, and they'll, you know, catch up at different races around the world. And I sometimes think if you could bottle what we have in sport and just get everyone to sort of, you know, see what it's like, because you know from being a world-class track rider, you sit in the track centre and you'll catch up and you just take little bits of each other's culture, don't you? And just, you know, it's a learning process, isn't it? And a friendship and a camaraderie, you know, that you have.
Yeah, and it's amazing how much you have in common. You might be from completely the other side of the world, and sport just brings you together, even if it isn't cycling. It's across the board of what sport you play. You have so much stuff in common. You have a conversation, you become really good friends so quickly, and you didn't even realise how much you like.
Yeah, and other friends, Hanim, who's a newsreader here in Malaysia, and they were both over in London this year, and you know, we at different times, and we got together and went out for dinner, and you know, and the same when you come back to Malaysia and you do the same. It's sort of, I'm really lucky. I've been coming here for over a decade, and you know, you come back each time, and it's just the friendships that you've made, and you know, and you see with our race radio announcer and with our race flag drop here at kilometre 0, it took an hour for the breakaway to become established yesterday, and I think there were so many moments yesterday where we thought, right, that's the break gone, and it didn't. It took ages for it to become established. Just to give you an idea as well, we're heading to our second King of the Mountains point today. Is the hometown of Ayman Zarif. So he is wearing the King of the Mountains jersey. This is a title he's won on two occasions. So he will be looking to make sure that he takes more points in that. Early category 4 points in this. It's all about just chipping away, isn't it? Even if it's just 2 points, 1 point, it's just about keeping that jersey every day.
Yeah, I need to get to the front. I've got a job to do.
I love the little fist bump though, because they were the conversation between Harif Saleh there and our Kakadura Thomas Barter, sorry, his name just escaped me. They were just having the chat, got more and more animated. A little fist bump there before Thomas headed up towards the front. So that was definitely a great chat. Harif will be rider that will be looking for a stage of the race, and so he's quite a celebrity in this race. Is Harif Saleh. Everyone at kilometre 0 waiting to get everything underway. We'll see who wants to get into the breakaway today. We had Malaysian national team in the breakaway yesterday. Multiple teams, the Thailand continental team with Sarawat Siliona and was up there in that breakaway yesterday. Tej Baya Batsakan of the Rujai Online insurance team from Mongolia. He wears the best Asian riders jersey here in La Tour de Langkawi, which is a white jersey and a really prestigious jersey to wear in this race. Is that best Asian riders jersey, always much sought after. We're getting towards kilometre 0. You can just see Sasha Vimas just setting his computer. We're through kilometre 0 and we are off and racing here on stage 2 of La Tour de Langkawi. 186.2 kilometres awaits from Kuala Terengganu to Kota Bharu, and you can see straight away the attacks come thick and fast. Our first objective of the day, but it should be, we should get a big breakaway. 10, 6 and 4 bonus seconds on the line. Just to give you a top 10 from yesterday, it was Arvid Decline from Sasha Vimas, Gleb Sarista. That was our first 3. Izzat Halil from the Malaysian national team. He came home in 4th spot. Enrico Zanocello of the Green Project Bardiani CSF. He came in fifth ahead of teammate Lorenzo Conforti. Carlos Canelblanco from Euskadi, he was seventh. Thomas Barta, who you saw just chatting at the back there with Harif Saleh, he came in eighth with Harif in ninth. Amaro Matsuki of the Terengganu Polygon team, he came in 10th. It means that our general classification here on day 2 is seconds. Michael Val, Easy Post, and Jan Bout is 10th at 9 seconds. This is looking fairly meaty already with plenty of attacks.
Straight into it, no messing around at all today. We saw how difficult it was to get in the breakaway. And who was that? The man who we saw chatting at the back. Little fist pump. Said, I've got a job to do. And this is his job. He's gone straight up the road. Brilliant from Thomas Barter.
That's so good to see. I mean, the story when he attacked in the Olympic Games in Athens really early on. And he was probably, because it was, I mean, back then it was probably 260k. And he was away, no one came with him. They were like, yeah, see you later. Have a nice day. And he was away for hours. I mean, he was away until the race really kicked off behind. He was away so long that Swedish TV went live with the Olympic road race because he was winning the Olympic road race because he'd attacked from the start thinking he was going to take a breakaway with him and ended up riding around Athens all day.
On his own.
So it has been done. It has been done in the past. Will Thomas Barter get some company? His teammates are in the bunch behind. Kacherudau clearly have some orders today from the sport director. As our 711 team rider, just moving up there, Ismail Groshpe from 711 Click Air 21 by Road Bike Philippines. They are our team from the Philippines, and we were in 711 this morning. I got very excited with the various accessories that you can still buy for 711. Anyone watching our coverage of a certain age will remember the American 711 team, which is why we get so excited having the 711 team from the Philippines in the race. And they've been a building over the last few years, the team from the Philippines in the Tour of Langkawi and other races around Asia. There's a tour of the Philippines as well. I remember covering that back on GCN, and we managed to get some coverage and put it into our GCN Racing News show in the past as well, which was really, really, really great to see. Oh, everyone out with a cheeky move at the end there from EF to get up there and take some seconds.
Yeah, it was that final sprint. We had 4 in the breakaway for most of the day, and then ended up with 1 solo rider. And then Carr and Valgren, little opportunist move. They clipped off.
Looking towards that is the jerseys all up towards the front. They were really, really, really active in the opening kilometres yesterday.
Yeah, they animated so much of those early breakaways. The Kiwi that we saw pretty much covering every move, that was Luke Mudgeway. And I think it'll be similar for them again today. They're in a good spot, trying to...
It's a 711 team that are on the attack, trying to get into the breakaway. Just see how active it is here at the head of the race. If you weren't with us yesterday, as we said just when we came on air, it took an hour for the breakaway to become established yesterday. And the peloton at the moment, they're looking around. It's sat up, unfortunately. It's decided that he's not going anywhere. Next attack, just going in here. Will he jump on it if he just... So the Coratec Selle Italia colours. And sometimes on these big, wide roads as well, it's not all... And it's flat and fast. It's not easy to get away, is it?
No, it's really difficult because the road's so wide.
Clear. This is a good combo of riders, having Coratec and Green Project Bardiani in a breakaway. That takes 2 strong teams out of the chase behind. If they can get clear, you can just see a few little glances over the shoulder, but there's 2 riders in between and another group that are just trying to get off the front, and each is just trying to get in here. Tudor, you want to go, react.
Anything bigger, they have a really good chance of staying away, and it makes your job a lot harder to bring back. 176k to go. But these 5 now working really well together. Looks pretty established already, which is good. It's always easy when you have a look of what how the race really sets up.
Team Cortex Italia, so Giulio Massotto. You have Kim from KSPO, Torozzi from Green Project Bardiani, Curry from the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team, and Rosli from the Malaysian national team. The gap already, we're saying, is 14 seconds. At top of the screen, it's gone out to 20 seconds. So Giulio Massotto, Manuele Torozzi, Kim Jong-woo, Logan Curry and Ayman Rosli is the makeup of our breakaway group. 175 kilometers to go. It looks like a good move. Surprised not to see our King of the Mountains leader trying to get in on the move to just try and pick up the early King of the Mountains points, because the two Cat 4 climbs come quite early on in the day, one with 136.9 to go and one with 129.4 to go. It may well be that the legs might be a little bit tender after being in the breakaway yesterday, but sometimes, like we were saying on the neutral, if you want to take that King of the Mountains jersey, when the climbs are early on in the day, the best objective is to get in the break, isn't it?
Yeah, they need to be completely on it from the start. But this maybe is the reason the gap is only holding at 20 seconds. Of course, they want to aim for the polka dot jersey. Zarif did a brilliant job yesterday. He scored 3 points in that, but there is 4 points on offer. So what are these riders? They haven't scored in the King of the Mountains classification, could be wearing the jersey at the end of today. But now we get a look at the peloton, and it seems quite relaxed.
This is their home region. We started in Kuala, Terengganu. The gap is sitting around this 20 seconds. It's going out just a bit. So Torozzi, Kim, Massotto, Curry.
They can see the peloton behind them. You can see it's all lined out now. Speed's really gone up. Not happy for that breakaway to go just yet.
No,
to concentrate on their job. Don't worry too much about what the peloton is doing and what's happening behind them. Just settle into the rhythm, work well to.
And all you need is this a few times, and all of a sudden you're up to a minute.
Yeah, this is the time when the peloton really sits up. They're trying to block the road, control things. You see Tudor Pro Cycling in numbers now towards the front of the bunch. Astana have just chosen to ride at a tempo, almost to control things as much as they can. That means as soon as it is across the road, you're taking an extra 5 seconds without trying that breakaway. Group of 5 happy. They just need to ride together, work together. And I believe they will be successful in breaking that peloton. Behind it, look, they do look happy with a group of 5 up the road. So once the numbers are all there, I think these riders will be fighting it out for that King of the Mountain points and the intermediate sprints.
There's plenty of seconds on offer today, and you can see what a difference it makes in terms of the breakaway in the GCs. Tex Bayer Batsakan, who went yesterday, if you weren't with us, came past on the King of the Mountains, got slightly distance on the King of the Mountains, came through on the descent in a I'm going to show you all kind of.
But at this point, it is so tactical. This is spelling disaster for the breakaway, I've got to be honest. If a Tudor rider makes it across to that group of 5, then it looks like the whole bunch will have to come back in now. That was a bit of a mistake, let's be honest. If you saw one of the riders from one of the rival teams that you need to watch, you need to go with that. So now you've made your job a lot harder. The sports director then is in your ear from Human Powered Health and Astana, and potentially from Casa Royale as well. We need to go on the front, we need to close this down. And it's not very good news for these 5 in that breakaway either.
because when you're at this early in the day and you have managed to get this established, our breakaway riders are thinking, right, we're gone. This is us. This is it all day. And yeah, you're at that point. You have no idea what's going on behind you, and you'll look behind. You got a massive gap, and then all of a sudden everyone's back with you.
Yeah, it's a bit of a disappointment. Those 5 definitely would have settled. They did the hard bit of getting away, opening that gap. But you can see the chase behind. This is Yuskatel, Uskadi. They've come to the front.
Bikes just being waved away, and there you can see it. There's our breakaway. There's the peloton behind. So they have made it up there. It's the groups together. But as John said, the combo not right now with Tudor Pro Cycling making it into the breakaway group. They have our turquoise leaders jersey on the shoulders of Arvid de Klein, and not happy. 168k to go. It did look like we had our breakaway of the day gone, so now this sets things up nicely for a fairly chaotic few kilometers ahead as the next group tries to get established. We are moving. Our first intermediate sprint of the day will come with 151.6 kilometers to go at Bukit Nenas. 3, 2 and 1 countries like that. Fast finisher is Harif Saleh, along with Anwan Manan on the road and Aziza Wang on the track. The history of Malaysian riders really inspiring that. And you can see everyone just jumping around. Very, very active peloton that we have here at the beginning of the day. We didn't think that breakaway might go. Those orange jerseys of Euskaltel Euskadi. A little bit further down from the front, so nicely timed move there, just as coming through with some speed. Just to the back, Youssef Rugigi, our former winner of La Tour de Langkawi. It's probably one of his biggest wins in his career as a rider. And it's the Bolton Equities black spoke colours. Off the front, very compact, very aero always, and the New Zealanders they had some good success on this stage, and we finished for the first time here in 1996. Jay Sweet won the stage, the Aussie, from Glenn Mitchell from New Zealand and Rick Reed, so 2 New Zealanders on the podium the first time we finished here in Kota Bharu. Andrea Taffy, Mark McCormick, Christoph Agneluto in 97. Then 99, Ronaldo Nocentini, Bart Bowen and Michael Anderson were our top 3. The last time we finished here in Kota Bharu, it was 2001. Enrico Degano from Jan Kurtz and Massimo Strazza was the top 3 back in 2001. So it's been a while since we finished in Kota Bharu, but good to come back. From this shot further down the peloton, you can see they're getting these sort of big clumps at the moment, trying to get off the front as well. Though so many teams looking to get in on the action. Youssef Rugigi just on the back. Next group of attacks going in at the front. We'll glance back over the shoulder. Plenty of counter moves behind. And there would have been plenty of sort of picking apart yesterday's stage and yesterday's sprint by the teams afterwards.
Yeah, one of the best things, you can actually go back and watch what you did, and across the course the director of sport would have looked really hard at what they could have done better. That's exactly what they need to do. These riders need to be making a move now. Again, the key point coming, 157 kilometers to go. They make a left-hand turn and it narrows, so this is where they could break away.
Our next breakaway group just trying to get themselves established here on stage 2 of the LANGKAWI from Kuala, Terengganu to Kota Bharu.
Everything we do has an impact on the climate. But how can we transform that from a negative into a positive?
It's amazing to see just how focused they are on providing opportunities for young, talented minds. It's so important to give back and create opportunities. PETRONAS have so many projects. I've been out to the rainforest and seen some of the work they're doing there. That gives me encouragement that we're going in the right direction.
It's about working together to deliver sustainable impact. The Eco Care Centre in Kota is a collaboration with the Malaysian Nature Society and PETRONAS. It features displays, exhibits and information about the unique ecosystem of Kota.
The whole essence of creating PETRONAS was really to create that positive social impact. We're able to also create more employment opportunities. A large number of our recipients are from underprivileged families, and changing them also eventually to help them change the lives of the people around them.
The energy we produce, the innovation we promote, the people we support are all aimed at being a positive force, delivering progress for society.
Stage 2 of Le Tour de Langkawi from Kuala Terengganu to Kota Bharu. 186.2 kilometers today for the riders. It has been a frantic start to the stage yet again. Thanks to your company, Martin McDonald and John Mould, with you to take you through live action. 14 seconds is the time gap. Back from, we had another move. Just going clear, just while we were on our little commercial break. So one leader, small advantage, we'll see. So we've got 3 leaders that have now managed to get clear. So we'll just update you on who they are momentarily, as soon as we can get a glimpse of who is where. It looks like Jochen Mugurde, from Caja Rural, and we have Tanachat Yatan from Rujai Online Insurance, and our other member of our breakaway group is Yonagire from Equipo Kern Farmer, as just trying to fight to get on here. Tanachat Yatan in this position is just sometimes it's just agonizing, isn't it, when you get into this point into a breakaway and you just for a rider like Yatan, who's with one of the smaller continental teams, it could be a big day, like sometimes biggest day of your career, you know, to get in a break like this. And
he's fighting. He's done really well. He is closing that gap. He just needs to sit there and almost just try and recover as best he can. Those 2 riders now from Caja Royale and Kern Farmer, they're happy to really commit and push on. But you're just willing him to close that gap. You've made the big effort to make the breakaway. You don't want him to see him lose those 2 leading riders.
And it's this moment of trying to get into a break and stay there. I mean, you're breathing out of your ears, aren't you?
Yeah, you can see he's been willed on to ride through, but I don't think he's got the legs at the moment. You just need to give him a couple minutes just so he can settle down. Problem is, you haven't got a couple minutes. These 2 riders know they need to ride through.
That general classification.
It's an opportunity just to gain a few seconds. You've made that big effort to get in the breakaway. And you saw it was a big sprint. It was a bit of a battle to win those 3 seconds. We had the last shot of the front of the peloton. There was a lot of numbers represented from teams who would be happy for a sprint. Caja Royale were there. Obviously they have a rider in the breakaway at the moment. Astana, Tudor Pro Cycling. So potentially this could mean success for the breakaway.
This might be the point now that we've gone through this sprint point. This may be that lull that they get long enough to be able to get clear, but it looks like Murgilde has dropped off Aguirre. We've got another 3 riders now coming across. We've got the Malaysian national team that are in there. So this could be the moment now that we've gone through that intermediate sprint point. Where is our King of the Mountains though? Where is our polka dot jersey? We have 2 category 4 climbs to come in fairly quick succession to each other. One with 136.9 to go, one with 129.4 kilometers to go, and that's almost his finish line today. It's just empty the tank and try and recover.
Yeah, you want to go now. You're committed. You've got scored 3 points already, 4 points up for grabs. It is completely right. Try and force your way into a breakaway, score maximum points there. Hold on to that jersey for another day. You never know what can happen. Those points won't be really key. But when we were talking, it looks like how long that peloton is now. It's stretched out and it's made contact with that breakaway at the front. Again, no stopping. We've seen some breakaways we thought could go and hold an advantage over the peloton, but it keeps coming back together.
So the long shots as everyone looks around at each other. These first 2 days here in Le Tour de Langkawi have been frantic, being the understatement of the year, in terms of trying to get these breakaways established. And you can see Tudor Pro Cycling and EF Education Easy Post and some of the what you would describe as the bigger teams who you can see they're almost willing for a break to go clear. Michael Valgren moving up there in the pink, just having a glance around the outside of the peloton, because they themselves don't want to try and control a race like this, because there is, at the moment, there is no control. It's like trying to manage madness at the moment.
Yeah, completely no control. Great for us watching, I've got to be honest. And really entertaining. Everyone wants to get in that move. And the closer and further we get into the race, the more people want to get there, because the more of the potential it could stay away until the end. So keep on going like we are. More and more riders are going to be tempted to try their hand in these moves.
Groups down the back, just starting to have a spot of lunch. And feeding is so important, because these are long days, these stages.
Really, really long days. And of course, when the racing's like this, you're so intense and concentrated on the road and the racing that sometimes even simple things of remembering to eat, drinking, of fueling throughout the stage, they get pushed to the back of your mind. And that is one of the other part of the way sports directors, they do have to keep reminding their riders, keep eating, keep fueled, keep hydrated. And this point actually is the most narrow road we've been on for the whole stage. And when there's a narrowing of the road, that gives potential for the peloton to really shut things down. You can see it was all across the road, but again, there's some more counter-attacks going on. It hasn't settled down yet in that peloton.
The Rujai Online Insurance team have been really active in this race over the opening couple of days. And Michael Ziad just dropping back to the car just to get some feeding. 30 kilometers into the race is normally when is in the road, but when they open the bar behind.
Yeah. Usually 30k in, then closes after 20 kilometers with 20 kilometers to go. But interestingly, Zilard has been towards the back of that peloton for most of the day. He hasn't been up the front trying to control things like the rest of his teammates. So maybe it's always a bit of a, because we knew definitely for pretty much 95% 5% sure that his job was to be at the front, controlling the peloton. So him to be at the back. It's good that he's gone back. He needs to go back to get bottles, or he's gone back to even just have a conversation, have a chat with the sports director. This is the leading 4 now. Casa Royale, they've been on it today, haven't they? Represented in the breakaways. They are just trying to take the pressure off. They don't then need to ride. Daniel Babor, really good sprinter, points jersey classification winner at the Vuelta of Portugal. That was only last month. So with a rider up the road, that takes the pressure off. They don't have to ride, they don't have to control. And I think that's what they're planning on doing.
So that group coming together at the head of the race. So Callum Johnston is in there wearing 94. Then you've got Amaril Matsuzuki for Terengganu on the front. You can see Matsuzuki getting up here. He was up there sprinting yesterday. Our rider here from the Nusantara team is Imam Arafin in the black and gold, and then our rider Polychronis Sorzakis from Rujai Online Insurance in the white and blue on the back with the orange helmet, just about to come into your picture. And after that intermediate sprint, it looks good here, and good to see Terengganu with Matsuzuki getting up there. It means that he could go after, potentially it now means for Matsuzuki and Terengganu, if he goes after the King of the Mountains, it keeps it within the team.
And that's key. If you're going to lose a jersey, at least lose it to a teammate. Also, it does help in the King of the Mountains. We are very early on in this race. So more numbers, more chance of securing the jersey. You want to win the jersey at the end of the race. You can have 2 riders scoring points in that classification. It is a good thing overall. They haven't been allowed to open up a huge gap though. Still only 12 seconds. And you can see how hard they're riding. They're working well together in that group of 4 leading the race. But the gap isn't going out that quickly.
No, 12 seconds only at this stage. 147 kilometers to go, and for anyone watching who's never been in a peloton like this, in this sort of position, it's the scenario for this for the riders within the peloton. This is tough when nothing's going and nothing's getting established, and it's this quick and this frantic.
Yeah, there's no stopping. You're desperate to have, go back to the car, have some food, relax. The big race, the sprinters, they are all thinking about the finish line. If it keeps going like this, more and more fatigue in the legs, changes the sprint when they get to the end. But what a fast pace we've had right from the start. Got underway around about 12 minutes past 10 local time. We're not even at an hour's racing yet. We've already covered at least 42 kilometers, so the speed there really high. Could be close to hitting about 45 kilometers an hour. And that group of 4 has now become a group of 6. And that's a human-powered health rider there as well. So Sasha Vimaus, second place yesterday, has a rider in the breakaway. Tudor Pro Cycling won't be happy with that.
And to see the Bolton Equities Blacksburg jerseys in there, and it looks like Tudor are now happy with this combo. They've managed to take some of the crazy this off the front of the bunch. The peloton now spreads out across the road. This does look like finally we are getting the breakaway of the day. So getting up there is Gijs van Hoeken, who's got into that group, and then it looks like Luke Mudgway, one of yesterday's most active riders, early on, finally gets into the move.
Yeah, he's done it today. It's taken a whole day of trying yesterday, but finally sneaked off into that move. Mudgway and Van Hoeken, they had to make a big effort there to bridge across those leading four, so they've made a really good move. But still behind. Counter-attacks are still going.
And it is those teams that have missed out on this one and when you've got your Conti teams and the reaction, this is the issue. It's if you miss out on that move, and it's those constant counters, and you see Tudor just covering the moves. Astana have missed out on the breakaway. This is the pattern, and it is a tough day for the riders when this is the way it's panning out for them at the moment. But our breakaway group: Callum Johnston of Caja, Amiral Matsuki of Terengganu Polygon, Polycarnis Sorzakis of the Regina Insurance team. So Callum Johnston in the green and white there. Polycarnis Sorzakis in the white and blue with the orange helmet. You've got Iman Arfin in the black and gold here, just rolling down towards the back. Amiral Matsuki here in the white and blue with the black shorts from the Terengganu Polygon team. You've got Gijs van Hoeken from Human Powered Health in the orange and purpley coloured jersey, and then in the bright yellow and blue colours of Bolton Equities Black Spoke. Here is Luke Mudgway, just getting some shots there of Matsuki's head unit on his bike, and getting into that move. Mudgway driving this one on. It says 20 seconds is the gap. It does seem like it's growing. There's confirmation of your group. Mudgway, Van Hoeken, Johnson, Matsuki, Sorzakis and Arifin is the group. Gijs van Hoeken, big man from Human Powered Health, who did a great job in the lead out yesterday for Sasha Vimas. So that takes one rider out of the lead out for Sasha Vimas, and we've only got 6 riders to start with here in this race. So it changes the dynamic of the day for the Human Powered Health team. Breakaway gone, but they've parked the bus on the front of the peloton there.
It's good that the breakaway's gone there and they're represented, but does that mean they struggle for the lead out at the end? If they want a bunch sprint, they've probably lost their best lead out rider that they had yesterday. That then puts VMouse at a worse situation as such. So it's good that they're represented, but maybe it would have been better if someone like Adam de Vos or Benjamin Perry had made that front group. But we'll wait and see. Obviously the experience of Perry and de Vos could end up filling that role for VMouse and delivering him in the best way as a lead out if it does come all back together.
For Vimas, we've not seen him sprinting yet that much. That's what we say, that is the beauty of Tour de Langkawi. It's one of those races where you can give someone an opportunity, and we've seen that throughout riders' careers. Andrea Guardini being one, Brian Cocker, I remember, came here, took one of his first pro victories here in La Tour de Langkawi, and it almost looked like yesterday for Sasha Vimas that they kind of invested in him, but gave him a couple riders, and that is sometimes what a team will do. If someone feels they've got a good kick on them, they've proven they might have been a good under 23, or they've had some victories in other races, maybe smaller races as well. But it is almost like giving someone a run out, and you have to prove yourself, don't you? If you want the whole team behind you, you have to do what Sasha Vimas did yesterday.
Yeah, and they went out didn't support him fully, gave him one lead-out rider, and he came away with second place. He was stuck on the front a little bit as well. If he had one more rider in front of him, he didn't have to do that hesitation that he had to do because he was at the front too soon. But he's proved himself, and maybe in the meeting last night he would have really put his hand up and said, I really want to go for the sprint tomorrow. And the sports directors then make the decision, yeah, okay, let's back you, let's give you that opportunity. You can see now, finally, after what was an hour of racing, Peloton has finally relented, sat up, and now starting our first King of the Mountain of the day, fourth category climb. 2 points for the win and 1 point for second place.
Breakaway working well together. As soon as we got an established time gap, we will, of course, let you have it. Expect this man here to go for the points. Amiro Matsuki. They lead in the King of the Mountains classification going into today's stage with Ayman Zarif. His second King of the Mountains point of the day is his hometown, and you just see Matsuki just skipping a few turns now on the back, just to sort of maybe line this one up.
He's committed straight away, but that all it's going to do is annoy your breakaway companions. But he knows his job. He needs to get full points in this King of the Mountains. We're getting really close to it. Skipped 2 turns already.
He's going to skip another one here. Callum Johnson will have a word as a little nod. Come on, chap, come through. Callum Johnson's not having any of it. This manoeuvres the Terengganu rider through to the front. We'll expect Callum Johnson to, the 24-year-old British rider. Watch Luke Mudgway, though. Is going to take an absolute flyer from the back of the group, Luke Mudgway, and goes for the King of the Mountains. And that's how you do it. You come from the back of the group like you've been fired out of a cannon, and you can see Matsuki is chasing for the Terengganu Polygon team. So we are absolutely full on here for the sprint. Look at Matsuki going for it as if it's the finish. Matsuki takes the point there ahead. It looked like Arifin might have taken second. That's the epitome of going deep for King of the Mountains points.
All in, he knew what he needed to do. A bit disappointing from Mudgway, let's be honest. He timed it. We saw him lay off. We could see it coming. He was at the back of the group. But then that bit of hesitation, he probably went with 400 metres to go, which was a little bit early. He opened up a big gap, and then you saw him take a look round. But it's not a good, just because you've made that move quite early, it doesn't mean that no one's going to fight you for it. And similar to what we saw yesterday, now Mudgway has gone off on his own, gone straight over the top.
Yeah, if you weren't with us yesterday, it was Tekshbayer Batchakan who went over the top of the breakaway group and ended up spending about 60 kilometres on his own. Luke Mudgway is going here with 137 kilometres to go. We need to come up with a new term for this style of breakaway and this style of counter-attack. It's almost the grumpy loser attack, isn't it? That this move going straight over the top and going solo when you've just slightly missed out on the prize that you've just gone for.
Yeah, it seems to be the way at this race as well. Everyone seems to be going straight over the top, not waiting. They lose the King of the Mountains points. They don't score maximum points, and I'll tell you what, I'll go straight over the top of you and make your legs hurt.
Yeah, I'm going to go solo. I'm going to spend the next 100 odd kilometres riding on my own.
Yeah, it's
it's like the score report does not play well with others.
No, they really don't.
Tudor Pro Cycling just keeping that tempo now on the front. Simon Pello was the rider that did the controlling yesterday. Spent all day on the front, just controlling the race, keeping things under control. That's what they're doing now. We haven't had a time gap for a while. It's decent now. It's over a minute now as our peloton come up towards the top. I should have put a clock on that. I apologies. I haven't had we'll just keep an eye on Radio Tour. Let's say the last time gap we had was about 10 minutes ago. That was 20 seconds. I mean, what would you say, John? A minute and a half since our breakaway went through? I think we're up to that.
I'd say
sort of.
minute 30, maybe even a little bit more actually. But it's Mudgway, committed on his own. I like this. I like the way they're racing. There's no holding back. But 136 kilometres to go. Hope Mudgway's had porridge for breakfast. He's going to need all the energy he's got.
National Criterium champion of New Zealand. Stage win in the New Zealand Cycle Classic earlier on in the season. He's had a good block of racing over in Europe. He did the GP Coquillon, was one of the first races that they did when they got over to Europe for that block. Knocker, of course, they did as well. Tour de Loire share. They did the 4 days of Dunkirk, some individual, some one-day races, Trobro, Lyon, Plumelet, Morbain. For him, Ronde de Loire, which is a very famous French Cup race. And then back to Asia for Tour of Qinghai Lake, and then the back to Europe for Tour of Denmark, the Post-Nord Tour of Denmark. A few races in Belgium, some kermesses. Back to Asia for Tour of Tahoe Lake, and then here to Malaysia. It's been a fairly... they've been racking up the air miles this year.
Yeah, really busy calendar. And of course, getting closer to home though. Now in Langkawi, on the way back to New Zealand to finish what has been a really good season. All the way back in 2020, Luke Mudgway was with Blackspoke Pro Cycling. That was when they were a continental team. Really come through with that New Zealand team. Worked from when they began, now under, of course, new sponsors. Bolton Equities came on in 2022. And now, after that little move, you can see his fellow breakaway companions made contact, and we now have that group of 6 back all together. Mudgway taking a little gel, bit of recovery after his little angry attack. But he's back. They're all back together now.
There's such a really exciting group of riders and generation coming out of New Zealand at the moment. I mean, in the women's side, you know, with riders like Niamh Fisher-Black, you know, and her brother Finn, that are out there and racing around the world. We got the riders such as Michaela Harvey within the women's pro team. We've always had such a history with New Zealand riders on the road, and but there just seems like a new generation that are all coming through.
They've been, New Zealand, such a strong track nation as well. Team Pursuit world champions quite recently. Always a team that then created good road riders, and now I think the big difference, a pro continental team registered in New Zealand, that just gives the opportunity for those riders in New Zealand, really top riders, that opportunity to race a brilliant race program, exactly like Bolton Equities, Blackspoke have been able to give them. You just look at Mudgway's program, started way back in January at the New Zealand Cycle Classic, national road race champs, and then from March onwards he's been in mainland Europe all the way until July. So you can see that commitment to supporting New Zealand born riders. Of course, there has to be a higher percentage of New Zealand riders within a team if you're registered in a country. So it gives them the opportunity, that stepping stone, because it's so hard to go from continental level to World Tour. But if you can go to all these races as a pro continental team, you've got more opportunity to be spotted, more opportunity to really test yourself against those big World Tour riders. And you never know what can come of it.
And for anyone that's joining our coverage that might be new to cycling, we do have a tier system of teams within the sport, almost like football with Division 1, Division 2, Division 3 and so on. But it does make a huge difference to go from continental team like a Terengganu or a team like that to that next tier, not just from a race program point of view, but a financial point of view in terms of all the protections that are around the riders as well, isn't there?
Yeah, so of course the easiest way to do it, there is a promotion and relegation side to it now with the World Tour, which is the Premier League, let's say, if you take it from football. Then of course the Championship is League One below that, which is the pro continental level, and then the continental level would be Division or League One or the Division 3. Of course, kind of in a way, cycling is unique. You all race together a lot of the time. It's not like where in football you only play against the best teams. It's more like a constant cup competition. We have a mix of teams from all around the world. Same if we take Tour of Langkawi, for example, we have 2 World Tour teams, and that would be EF Education Easy Post and Astana, Kazakhstan. And then behind that, we're looking at 8 pro continental teams, and then after that, another 12 continental teams. So it is a real mix of levels as such, but the levels are quite close. So if a rider could prove themselves here, they could then get picked up by a pro continental team, then they move on and have some bigger races, more opportunities in Europe, of course, and then eventually, if they have enough results and enough about them, they can even step up all the way to the World Tour team.
Heading towards the second King of the Mountains point of the day at Pelong. This is the hometown of Ayman Zarif, who is our current King of the Mountains leader, but it is his teammate Madzuki who took maximum points on the first climb of the day. He took that ahead of Iman Arifin. They're wearing 192s, just rolling that big gear. Look at Luke Mudgway lining up for the second kick. Gijs van Hoek is right on the wheel for Humipad Health. Mudgway's going to go. He's looking to try and get the surprise. And the jump, he's left it later this time. Matsuki is going to have to battle back here. Matsuki is trying to take some more points in the King of the Mountains. Arifin is there. It looked like Luke Mudgway might have timed it right here, but here comes Matsuki for the second sprint. Mudgway needs to try and take some points this time. He didn't get any on the first one. Oh, it looked like Arifin just pipped him on the line for that one. It looks like Matsuki and Arifin have taken it, snatched it yet again.
Mudgway, he left it a little bit later, but he's I think he is actually just beaten by the faster rider, and that is Matsuki. Brilliant time sprint again at the top of these King of the Mountains. He takes maximum points. Bearing anything going wrong, he now sits on 4 points, and that means he'll be taking that King of the Mountains jersey off his teammate. He'll be on the podium later on today. Good battle, a really good battle for both those King of the Mountain points.
I love it when riders invest in the King of the Mountains, and we start. I mean, we've got full-on finishing. We could see Arifin here just shaking his legs out as well, because how deep they have been having to go on these sprints for the King of the Mountains, just having to take the time here to try and recover.
Yeah, full on. There was no messing around there. Mudgway, he hasn't got over the top this time.
He's not happy, is he?
No, he
like
isn't.
A pit bull chewing a wasp.
Yeah, he really isn't happy.
Face like thunder, because he's missed out on both of those. Matsuki, big respect to the Terengganu man, though, for the way he's tackled those, because Mudgeway got a really good jump on them.
Yeah, both times as well. He caught them off guard. He went first. I was thinking Mudgeway had timed it better this time, but unfortunately for Mudgeway, he hadn't. But you have to take your hat off. Mizuki, deserved winner of both those King of the Mountain points. Timed to perfection. Picks up those maximum points. We get another look at that replay. You can see waits and times it. Mizuki comes round. Mudgeway disappointed when he saw that jersey come alongside. Looked like Mudgeway just hung on for that single point. But we will have a new polka dot leader at the end of today's stage. There's another rider from Terengganu, Polygon. This time the 31-year-old Mizuki. Perfectly timed sprints, and he looks good for the 2 intermediate sprints we have left on today's stage as well. Really good sprints.
And there's confirmation of your points scored. Admiral Matsuki ahead of... Oh, Luke Mudgeway did manage to take the 1. He just edged out Arif in there for the 1 point. So Luke Mudgeway at least comes away from those efforts with 1 point scored in the King of the Mountains. Our breakaway are just trying to recollect themselves at the moment. And I just... What we were just chatting about with about 500 metres to go up towards the King of the Mountains point was the difference between our Conti teams and Pro Conti teams. We're going to have another commercial break momentarily, so we'll come back to that little chat after our commercial break. But the breakaway, minute and 55 seconds with 127 kilometres of the stage remaining. They just need to get themselves back together as quickly as possible here and get working. But we're going to have a little commercial break. Come back soon. See you in a while.
To achieve big goals, to bring new possibilities, partnerships and collaborations are imperative. With the focus of people, planet and profit, together with our partners, we are amplifying our efforts to reduce carbon emissions in our downstream operations. To strike a balance between business goals and environmental needs, at the same time recognizing and addressing the plastic waste and pollution in the economy. One of downstream subsidiaries, PETRONAS Chemicals Group, is committed shifting the industry towards a circular economy approach, better known as New Plastics Economy.
Thanks to technology and collaborations, this will not become a mere figment of imagination, but soon will be a reality for us. Working with a global player, we are currently looking at the possibility of building a chemical recycling plant, creating enterprise value in energy transitions such as sustainable fuel and cleaner forms of energy for mobility. It is up to us to make our planet a better place, one that we will be proud to leave behind for the future generation. It is our hope to inspire change, and together we will forge ahead towards a greener tomorrow. This is my pledge to the organization.
This is our pledge to you.
Stage 2 of the Tour de Langkawi, 186.2 kilometers today from Kuala, Terengganu to Kota Bharu. 8 stages this year's race, totaling 1,278.1 kilometers. Thanks for your company today. Martin McDonald and John Mould with you to take you through this year's Tour de Langkawi here in Malaysia. And we've had our first sprint of the day behind us and our 2 Category 4 King of the Mountains climbs, with Yonagide taking the first sprint of the day ahead of Jochen Nugeldate. On the first group there we had a small breakaway group. Tanifat Yatan was away on that first intermediate sprint. For the second day in a row, it has been chaos and mayhem all the way from the start, as it took quite a while for the breakaways to become established. Our first King of the Mountains of the day was taken by Matsuki of Terengganu Polygon ahead of Arifin of the Nusantara cycling team. The second KOM of the day was taken by Matsuki from Luke Mudgeway, taking 2 and 1 points respectively. That means that for Amiril Matsuki of Terengganu Polygon, he will take over in the lead in the King of the Mountains classification. He now has 4 points in that classification. Our breakaway group, the gap is now at 1:15. They did go out to 2 minutes. We've had full-on sprints for the King of the Mountains points, and it does mean that it looked like they've just chipped away at a bit of a gap. And that's the danger, John, isn't it? A lot of the time when you do go full-on for the King of the Mountains in the way they have, it completely stretches the break, it disrupts the rhythm, just interrupts that fluidity, and you just lose a whole chunk of your gap while you try to get things back together.
Yeah, and it was a big effort to go for the sprints. Then you have to recover from that. And of course the breakaway then is likely to split up and split into pieces once they start not working well together. You never know what can happen. People start missing turns, people get annoyed at each other. That's when it's likely. This is a look at the front of the breakaway. We did have a group of 6, now it is a group of 3. Mudgeway, Johnson and Sarakazis settled down now. Those 3 looking like they're working well together.
And we touched on it a little bit earlier on for the Terengganu rider, Matsuki. Their finish line was at the top of the second KOM of the day. They wanted to make sure that they kept that jersey within the team, and that's what they've done. And also for Iman Arifin of Nusantara, we saw just how deep he had to dig going over the top of that KOM, and it was literally 2 full-on final efforts that they made.
Yeah, they went full on, but look at the peloton as well. It's very lined out back there. They've be interested to see who's riding on the front. That gap is coming down very quick, because these riders, they've split up and they're still riding quite well together, even though there is 3 of them, but the gap is coming down faster than we thought it would. And we completely understand. They were like Matsuki. His finish line was those King of the Mountain points. He took maximum points in both of them. So we understand he'd sit up, go back to the peloton on a day that is likely to be a bunch sprint. But still, in between that, the peloton must have increased the speed. Whoever is riding on the front now, they're bringing this gap back. And still with 120 kilometers to go, all you're going to do is open up the floodgates for more attacks.
"42 seconds, and as John said, the peloton really lined out here. There's Harif Saleh, 102, the blue and white, just kicking back down the back of the bunch. He's got his loyal teammates alongside him, Youssef Regigi Graham Jones, race director from Great Britain, former pro. Was Graham Jones doing a great job in the cars behind as race director. Will this come back together? Will we have another hour of attacks? It took a long time for the break to become established. I've got to say, for one, coming here and watching the way this is being ridden, it's exciting, because we literally used to be able to say, right, break's going to go here, it will stay away all day, they'll give it 6 minutes, and then they'll bring it back with 10 kilometers to go, and we're just not seeing that pattern of racing anymore. I spent most of my life now I'm commentating on women's pro cycling, and that the racing has always been so exciting, and it is just full-on attacks all the time, and it doesn't have that pattern of break gets 5 minutes and comes back, but we're seeing that more and more in the men's pro peloton. We saw it with the Tour de France this year, which again was just completely nuts, wasn't it? It was just a different style of racing, and we're seeing it evolve, we're seeing it change. We're not having that kind of clinical break goes up the roads. We'll see it with 10k to go.
It's amazing, really, because you think of a shorter stage, 120k, the racing's really fast. That's about 3 hours of racing. So the riders are really keen. But with 186 kilometers today, you think that would put people off. They want that bit of structure, but it's not happening. Now we have 3 riders in that move. It's interesting. Only at 42 seconds, completely under control.
Kuala, Terengganu, located on the eastern coast of Peninsular Malaysia along the South China Sea, known for its stunning coastline, beautiful islands and rich cultural heritage. Check out its beaches, its islands, its traditional crafts and its cuisine. Terengganu offers a delectable range of Malay cuisine. Don't miss nasi dagang, the favourite rice dish, kerapok lekor, famous fish cracker snack. Seafood lovers will have plenty of the fresh catches. Nature and ecotourism, big turtle conservation and water sports with a traditional dance and music culture. That is Kuala, Terengganu, where we started the day and we finished in Kota Bharu. If you're just jumping into our coverage for the first time today, welcome aboard. Thanks for your company. Stage 2 of Le Tour de LANGKAWI, 186.2 kilometers, and our breakaway group, Polychronos Torzakis, from the Rujai Online Insurance team, Callum Johnson from Kakharura, and Luke Mudgway from the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team. That is the makeup of our breakaway group. We will get a time check as soon as we have it. It's Tudor Pro Cycling that are controlling affairs on the front of the peloton. They've got one rider just sitting, trying to keep hold of the peloton, which is easier said than done today. It's like trying to hang on to a pack of wild horses, for want of a better scenario for Tudor Pro Cycling. They go into the day with Arvid de Klein in the leader's jersey. He took the stage yesterday ahead of Sasha Vimas of the Human Powered Health team at Gleb Sarista from Astana, Kazakhstan. And 4 seconds Arvid de Klein leads Sasha Vimas, with Tekshbaya Batchakan at 4 seconds in third. He's the teammate of Polychronos Torzakis. He is in the white jersey as the best Asian rider. Gleb Sarista is in 4th spot at 6 seconds. Sarawat Sirionachai is in 5th for the Thailand Continental team. He was in the breakaway yesterday, picked up some bonus seconds along the route. Thomas Barter is up there for Kakharura. Then you've got Pablo Castillo of Equipa Confirma at 8 seconds, with Simon Carr of EF Education Easy Post. Michael Valgren in 9th at 9 seconds, and Jan Bao Company of Euskadel Euskadi is 9th overall. It meant Arvid Klein went into today leading in the orange points jersey ahead of Sasha Vimas and Gleb Sarista. It means that Sasha Vimas is wearing your orange jersey as points leader today, which will help you pick him out coming into the sprint. Ayman Zarif of Terengganu went into the day in the polka dot jersey as the leader of the King of the Mountains. He will hand that over to his teammate from Terengganu Polygon, Matsuki, who has been in our breakaway today. Malaysia leading in the team classification ahead of Astana and the Green Project Bardiani CSF. This is Araya Faunsavath, rank number 122, and the Rujai team. He's the national champion of Laos, Araya Faunsavath. Good to see the Laos national champion. And of course, as we always say, and as we love it when a team embrace a national champions jersey. I'm a big fan of national champions jersey, and it's good to see him in there. He's the national road and time trial champion of Laos. So that was the first time he's won them in his career.
No, I really like it as well. I agree. When you see those national champs jerseys, when you do win a national champs jersey, it only lasts for a year. Might be the only chance you get to wear it as well. So sometimes you see now they're a bit hidden in some teams, and it's a bit disappointing, because of course you're so proud winning your home nation's national championships, and not to be able to wear it on show in those races like you could be. So I do enjoy it when a team makes a big effort.
I think it's a trick that we miss in cycling, though. And I know there's a little bit of a culture among cyclists of not wearing pro team kit and that kind of thing. But I think sometimes in terms of, trying to engage fans sometimes, and those national champions jerseys and those national jerseys is something that you could market out to the team followers and the team fans. And I've always said that merchandising within cycling is something that we've never quite got hold of. And you see it when you travel the world, and you see it that various countries, you walk into a store and it doesn't matter, as British people, wherever you go in the world, you'll be sitting having dinner and someone wants to talk to you about Manchester United or Arsenal or Manchester City or Barcelona. They wanted to. Football is a sport that has done it so well, and football is so massive, and they're merchandising. And you'll come wherever you are in the world, and you'll see a Manchester United mug or a Barcelona mug or a Real Madrid mug, and then in motorsport, Ferrari probably sell more merchandise or make more money from merchandise and sell more than they actually do of their cars. And I think it's something within pro cycling that perhaps we need to address, and that kind of, we always talk about this business model of teams and trying to put, how do you change the sort of culture of cycling and be able to walk into a shop and get a Tudor mug or a T-shirt or a Ineos Grenadiers or a Trinity Pro Cycling, like the team that you work for. I think it's, I don't know what you think, where it's something that would help engage the fans even more.
Yeah, even not even jerseys, cycling jerseys, even like casual T-shirts and hoodies that you could just wear casually watching, either on the sofa like you do. I remember when I was a kid, if Manchester United were on TV, I'd go put my Manchester United jersey on and watch. So if it was a casual T-shirt and you could watch the Tour de France, supporting the team that you really supported, it is hard to do in a way, cycling, where again we say it is a team sport, but there is only one individual winner all the time. We don't have like a full team classification at every single race. So of course you end up supporting, a lot of fans around the world support certain riders even if they're on separate teams, but even so the branding for that, you'd want to wear the same jersey out training. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Maybe it's always a difficult one. World champs jerseys, you see plenty of them about, but they've been able to merchandise them and sell them, just like you said. But definitely team jerseys. It's brilliant to be able to wear the team jersey that you support.
And you see here with the BMC bike of Arvid Decline, and they're when I was really lucky, I went to their factory earlier on in the year when I was in Grenchen, because it's literally next to the Grenchen velodrome, and you see the beautiful custom bike there that they've got for Arvid Decline. It's really, really nice, and maybe, and again, that's something that's quite expensive. And I know your Trinity bikes are very different to the sort of specialized bikes that you see. So maybe that's something as well. So those limited edition kind of celebrations, and Tudor are watches, aren't they? That the team watch, things like that can be these little bits that could help maybe change that model of pro cycling.
Yeah, it could do. I see the custom bikes, especially with Trinity Racing, with Specialized, we have a really good paint job. The new SL8's bright pink. And you get so many comments about the bikes, and they stand out so much. And you can see there, that's the red bikes and black bikes. Sometimes they're different styles. You can see the riders pick a more aerodynamic bike. That might be the red bike for BMC there with Tudor Pro Cycling. But those custom bikes are just so cool. They're just unique in a way. And as a rider, you're really happy getting a bike that is completely different than what you always normally ride on. Something standard. And besides, it is a nice feeling getting that custom coloured bike, custom paint job. And when it is like that, you're trying your best to either hold on to it at the end of the year, or even try and buy it off the team.
And that's it. If you get a national champion, European champion, Asia champion, Pan Am champion, or world champion, you get that bike. Most manufacturers will do you a custom bike for that, but it's not your bike a lot of the time, is it? That's the thing, because people would watch and go, well, and sometimes, if you're successful and you're a world champion, the sponsor will give you the bike, but it doesn't always happen.
No, it doesn't always happen. And you have to either ask really nicely at the end of the year and almost say, oh yeah, I'd love to buy that bike, and hope they say, oh no, it's fine, you can have it. Or yeah, you just have to go out and pay. And it's nice to keep the bikes that you had on your career, if you can, to look back on, and still go out and ride. There's still a perfectly good bike, even if it is 10 years old. It's nice to have that little collection at home of old team bikes. And when you're not sponsor obligated anymore, when you're retired, you can ride whatever bike you want and whichever one you fancy each day.
Yeah.
Keep the good one for the dry, keep the other one for the wet.
Good chat going on at the front of the race between Simon Pelot there in the black of Tudor Pro Cycling. He was on the front pretty much all day yesterday. Leonardo Basso here for Astana, Kazakhstan. Gleb Zarista was up there for the Astana team yesterday. He came close yesterday, Gleb Zarista, and he won a stage of this race last year. And we can see already that Tudor Pro Cycling, they're fairly obligated to do this because they have the leader's jersey and they have arguably the favourite for the stage today. But good to see Astana getting in there and working again today.
Yeah, they have to. Zarita, he went early yesterday. He did launch first. He probably went with just under 300 meters to go, and it looked like he was going to hold on, but unfortunately for the Astana Kazakhstan rider, just ran out of legs at that final little bit and declined. Probably only got round him with 25 meters to go. So Zarita knows he has a chance at victory. In a way, I'm a bit surprised because the gap is only at a minute do Astana actually need to put a rider up there? They've put Leonardo Basso up there to help. But in a way, if I was Tudor, you try and let the gap go out a little bit further, and that's when you ask for help. It's a little bit of a gamble, it's a bit of a risk. I think it would be the wise move to do. But then again, Tudor Pro Cycling and Astana, same as yesterday, they're happy, they want a bunch sprint. Why not risk it? Give a rider up there each, control the race, and then you have, and make sure you have that bunch sprint to compete for the finish.
And Gleb Syriza from Astana, he won his stage last year as a stagiaire, because he was with a club team in Spain, CC Catalunya, for most of the season, and he was really successful in Spain. I mean, he racked up nearly 10 victories domestically in Spain last season before he got his stagiaire spot with Astana, and it's been a fairly quiet season for him. And it's good to see him getting to this point of the season, and that's what we see, year on year. You come back to a race where you have had success, and to start your career as a team as a stagiaire with a victory. And if you're new to cycling, and stagiaire is a trial spot, so they have it in other sports as well. You go on trial with a team, and as stagiaire within cycling is the term that we use, that you get a trial with a team at the back end of the season, and it's rare, isn't it, to take a win as a stagiaire, but it's also a way of getting yourself a contract, which he's done. And it's a season of settling sometimes, isn't it? Because it's a completely different world from being in a club team in Spain where you get the opportunity to win all the time. He's probably spent all of the year in service of everyone else, and now he's come here and he's getting his chance again. So to podium yesterday for him was really, really, really important, because he's clearly very, very quick.
Yeah, and exactly, he just timed it a little bit too early yesterday. But like we were just saying, that stagiaire, he rode really well last year with CC Catalunya Barcelona. He picked up 2 wins in the national series. That caught the attention then of Astana Kazakhstan. They gave him a chance at some really big races as well. They took him to the Arctic Race of Norway. That is a 2-point pro race. He picked up 2nd place on the opening stage of that race. So from the ground running, he's gone out, shown the team what he can do, and of course that has earned him a 2-year contract with the team this year and 2024 he signed up to. It's just getting closer and closer to that victory. He scored it in Langkawi, but I'm sure, especially with this year, he'd love to come back, pick up at least another stage win. Still, remember, only 23 years old, so still young as well. It's always a tough one with the younger riders, with, of course, the COVID pandemic really affected that age group. When they were 19, 20, the World Tour racing carried on. We have to remember, through the COVID pandemic, a lot of the World Tour riders were still able to race. But below that, at the continental level and pro-continental level, a lot of races, same as Tour de Langkawi, had to just stop for the year. They weren't reorganised, and it really affected a lot of riders around the world because they didn't have the opportunities like they would normally have to showcase what they can do. So of course, now you have that little gap where you think, where was everyone? You look through the results, but a lot of races, unfortunately, only the big ones, and it was the same across so many other sports, only the big events were the ones that were allowed to really carry on.
And it takes you can see it's taken a couple of years for some riders to come, because wherever you were in the world, the lockdowns and things during that time they varied in severity, from not being allowed out at all to being allowed out if you were able to go training, or that kind of thing. And you can see, and that physically not being able to train or race, because we know that racing, you can train, but competition is so important, and it is taking riders 2 or 3 years almost to get back to the sort of level that they were sort of pre-pandemic.
Yeah, and it really did. It just affected those younger riders, I think, most. Those 19, 20-year-olds, you really want to step up and race, and there is no choice. You can't do anything about it. It's disheartening. It's demotivating for a lot of riders as well. You think about the Australians and the New Zealanders like Mudgeway. Really strict lockdown in Australia and New Zealand. Once you were there, you weren't allowed out unless you were going to quarantine for 2 to 3 weeks. So it made a big difference.
And then on the flip side of that, you had riders like Neve Fisher-Black and those sort of riders that were already out of New Zealand, who didn't go, and youngsters, you know, she was probably 19 at the time when she turned pro with SD Works, and riders like that who didn't go home and didn't see their families for nearly 2 years.
Yeah, and it's crazy, really. I think because the Australians, New Zealanders, and all the Asia tour, the travel is so much longer. We take it really for granted in Europe how easy it is to pop back and forth. But you're right, riders stuck in Europe for a really long time, not going home, not being able to train on their home roads, or even just have a time off at home and be able to relax and see their friends out of the sport. Yeah, it's a crazy time. I'm glad it's all behind us. It doesn't seem like it's like that anymore. It's great to be back. Of course, in Asia, racing, bringing all these riders over, racing on the highest level across the world again, making that world so much smaller.
And hats off to the organisers as well, because the way that racing stopped, it takes a while to re-engage those sponsors, and a lot of countries around the world, given the economics of the world, and the Asia Tour in particular, has suffered because of that, trying to re-find those companies that have still got the finance to be able to help back a race, because it costs a lot of money to put on a bike race such as this, and you will find that it is tourist boards and different visit as they do in the Tour of Britain. They go around regions, and it's the same in countries like this, where it's Visit Malaysia and it's beautiful Terengganu and all those regions that have to put the money. But the country has to have the economy and that disposable income, for want of a better phrase, to be able to help fund a race like this, because a lot of the objective of races, and I've seen it throughout the world, it's to try, they want people to come and visit. And if you're out there and you're watching, Malaysia is an absolutely beautiful country. It's absolutely stunning, and the culture, and it having been coming here for over a decade, it's one of the friendliest places that you will come. I think it's from being Scottish. It's been going to Glasgow, and it's one of the friendliest cities in the world. It's almost like Malaysia's like the Scotland of Asia, because it's so friendly. I find that whenever I come over here, and it is just taking a couple years for the Asia Tour to kind of become re-established in a way.
And it takes time, but of course, showcasing brilliant places around the world, and bike racing is one of the best ways to do it. No other sport really travels such a big distance across all their tours. Of course, at Tour de Langkawi, all the way up in the northeast of the country now, and eventually we make our way down to Kuala Lumpur. But what a way to see the country. If you are just at home watching it, you get a good little preview of what you can come and see, and it's a great little trip to come over to work on. As a part of the team, this is one of my favourite parts about. We came over with Trinity Racing for Tour de Taiwan and Tour of Japan, and when I was racing, it's different. You're concentrated completely on the race. You don't really have that much time to go out and explore. You want to go out and perform, which is exactly what all these riders want to do. But when you're on the other side of it as a staff member, you're doing everything you can, but you can enjoy yourself a little bit more, have a look around, discover, eat exactly what you want, try new things. Obviously, when you're riding, you kind of stick to your diet. You want to eat simple food, so you just need to get your energy. You're not eating for that much enjoyment, actually. You're just eating for the productivity, let's say. But now when you're able to come over, enjoy the culture, take it all in, it's brilliant to come over to Asia, and these races are just attracting those bigger teams over and over again, and the racing just improves every time we come over, to be honest.
And you've just got to, you have to embrace it. And I think in different countries in the world, you know, like breakfast, my favourite meal of the day, and then you come here and you come to Malaysia and you just walking around breakfast this morning and seeing, because they'll give so much variation because of all the tourism and the visitors here, and you just see, I love seeing what everyone around the world eats for breakfast. I know it's a fascination of mine, and being a world traveller, and you just look and you just think, I would never have thought of having that for breakfast, but it is brilliant. It's so interesting. I'm just watching everyone, you know, piling their plates up at brekkie this morning just to see what people from different parts of the world, you know, have for breakfast.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's good people watching. Same in an airport, you can sit there for hours and hours just seeing the world go by.
We are about to click through 100 kilometers to go, and this is always a kind of benchmark, isn't it, as a rider that you tick off. Right, 100k to go. We're at minute and 16. It's being controlled, and you kind of feel that you're making progress when you go through 100k to go.
Yeah, you're getting closer and closer. You always break it up. Well, I used to break it up into trying to avoid the distance as such, try and think about it in time-wise. So, of course, sometimes you see a stage and you could do a 200-kilometer stage, but that, like today, it could be pretty much pan flat and very fast. So you could be averaging 45k an hour, so really the time would be a 4.5 hour stage race. So when you get to that final hour of racing, so this is probably, we're getting close to just over 2 hours of racing left remaining. So you get through one more hour, get some more food down you, and then before you know it, the sprint and the preparation and the positioning all starts in your head.
Sorzakis going for the intermediate sprint. Luke Mudgway wants this one. Callum Johnston just has a look. Callum Johnston's got to be careful here with 500 metres to go that he doesn't leave himself too much work to do to get back here, because you could lose 20 odd seconds in this sprint. Sorzakis has got Luke Mudgway, hunted him down here for the intermediate sprint. He went long. That is the epitome of going long there, I think, for Sorzakis, and he's done. Mudgway coming through. Luke Mudgway is going to take 3 seconds. Sorzakis went with about 600 metres to go there.
Yeah, he maybe, Mudgway learnt from his mistake though. He let someone else go too early. You saw him fighting for those King of the Mountain points earlier on. It was Mudgway who was launching the sprint early and then was ended up unfortunately picking up 3rd and 2nd place in those KOMs, but he made better of that this time. He takes that 2nd sprint of the day, and with it 3-second time bonus.
And for him, from Bolton Equities Black Spoke, Luke Mudgway, he started today 118th at 10 seconds, so he's moving himself up in the general classification. We have 1 sprint to go here with 13 kilometres to go. Friendly pat to Polychronis Sorzakis. Callum Johnson will just pedal his way back on here for Cajarural. Just a little chat into the radio, just going to pedal through to the front. Keep the momentum of the breakaway. 1 minute and 15 seconds. It's just having a bit of a discussion between them, with 99 kilometres to go. Peloton behind are going to roll through our sprint point here. It's still Leonardo Basso on the front. You can see Astana lined out. EF Education Easy Post, all the pink jerseys are all together in the peloton. And there's the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team that are just on the back. Their teammate is in the break. There's confirmation of your sprint result for our orange jersey, towards the orange jersey. 3 points and 3 seconds to Luke Mudgway. Polychronis Sorzakis from the Rujai Online Insurance team Callum Johnson takes the 1 point and the 1 second for Caja Rural. And Callum Johnson had started the day 10 seconds down, so all of these riders gaining time. So Zaki started the day at 10 seconds. So those bonus seconds, all important. We've got one more to come with 13 kilometres to go when we will be lining up for the finish, what we think will be a bunch sprint today. 98 kilometres to go, 1 minute and 15 seconds is your time gap. We're going to take a short commercial break. We'll see you in a few moments.
Global events have pushed energy transition into high gear. This required Petronas to adjust our sails to weather the waves of change. By adjusting the way we think, plan and do business, we continue to deliver results through strategic and decisive measures. We rigorously reduce costs and maintain liquidity. We continue to create value sustainably. The Kasawari CCS project offshore Sarawak, for example, is set to help us significantly reduce our carbon emissions, lessen environmental impact and create value where it comes on stream.
Safety, value creation and sustainability are what guide us in all that we do. We are bringing solutions for a better future, such as the use of robotics and deployment of remote operations. We are transforming our decommissioned reef into flourishing underwater reefs, making clean water accessible with our Water for Life program. We even use solar energy to drive all these solutions. And these are just some of the ways we bring progressive solutions for a sustainable future.
As the energy landscape reinvents itself, particularly in the upstream space, our continuous efforts are focused towards making our business safe, resilient, low cost and low carbon. This is something that we must do because we are part of the solution. This is my pledge to the organization.
This is our pledge to you.
Welcome back to stage 2 of the 27th edition of Le Tour de Langkawi. 95 kilometres to go of today's 186.2 kilometres. You see the soigneurs out at the side of the road with the musettes. Lunchtime for the riders. Thanks for your company today. Martin McDonald and John Mould with you to take you through this year's Tour de Langkawi. And it is Arvid de Klein that is leading overall. He is in the turquoise leaders jersey after taking the opening stage yesterday into Kuala Terengganu. We are heading from our finish city yesterday, Kuala Terengganu, to Kota Bharu. We have had 2 intermediate sprints, 2 King of the Mountains points along the route. Just 1 more intermediate sprint to come with 13 kilometres to go. 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds at the intermediate sprints, 10, 6 and 4 on the line. In terms of the weather today for the riders, 28 to 30 degrees Celsius, that's 82 to 86 degrees Fahrenheit. A little bit of cloud cover, so it's a hot day. There is a chance of rain a little bit later on in the day, 8 to 10 kilometre an hour southerly winds that the riders have to deal with. The history of this great race, go back the last 10 years or so. Jose Serpa back in 2013, Mirsamat Portsedi in 2014, Youssef Regigi in 2015, Reinhard Jansi van Rensburg took the title in 2016, Ryan Gibbons in 2017, Artem Ovechkin 2018, Benjamin Dybel in 2019, Danilo Celano in 2020. We didn't have a race in 2021, but we did return last year. It was Ivan Sosa of Movistar that took the race overall from Hugh Carthy, with Torsten Triem, George Bennett, Ina Rubio, Esteban Chavez, Eduardo Sepulveda, Ruben Fernandez, Jambalat Sambayer and Andre Zait was our top 10. High fives all round for the crowd. Simon Pello just getting everybody going. That's what we love to see, isn't it? As Luke Mudgeway comes back to the peloton. He's decided he's had enough in the breakaway today. Good to see Simon Pello though, getting everyone going. I love that.
Yeah, enjoying the cheers and the support from the fans as well. He was at the front of the peloton, controlling everything and still having time to do that. So what a ride from Pello.
Gotta love a peloton cheerleader.
Yeah.
We'll give him his new title. Callum Johnston looks like he's going to go alone here. Sorzakis, Polychronis and Luke Mudgeway were sprinting it out for the King of the Mountains. Then we've had Polychronis Sorzakis going for the intermediate sprint. It looked like the 2 of them were like, right, I've had enough now. And now Callum Johnston is alone. And Callum, for his, he has looked like the rider that was in the breakaway for being in the breakaway. We haven't seen him jumping for King of the Mountains or intermediate sprints along the route.
Yeah, and now he's all alone at the front of the race. Again, we saw this yesterday, solo breakaway. We started with 6 eventually. There was a big battle again. A group of 5, then a group of 3. That all came back together. Then a group of 6. And then we were down to 3. And now we're down to the lone leader, and that's Callum Johnson. Now going solo.
And the Callum, well, I just mentioned Hugh Carthy, who was 2nd last year, and Callum being within Cajarural, and that was the team that Hugh Carthy found his way into the pro peloton with. And it's always interesting when you look at Cajarural, who are one of the longest serving sponsors in world cycling. I mean, they go all the way back to the 80s, and they're a team that started to grow and grow and grow again. And it's always quite interesting to look at that pathway of someone like Hugh Carthy forges for other riders to come behind him.
Yeah, and it only takes one rider from a certain nation to really show the team what they can do, and then they start looking at those fellow compatriots from the nations, and you never know what else you can find. You look, again, exactly, Hugh Carthy spent 1 year there, then he moved on to what is now EF Education Easy Post. He's winning Grand Tour stages for that team now. Johnson from Glasgow, in Scotland. Not used to this warm weather if he's from Glasgow, but he has spent a lot of time in Italy in his younger days when he was a first-year senior, racing some of the Baby Giro, which is the under-23 version of the Giro d'Italia. And on his tattoo on his arm as well, that was "Love the Sun." So he's definitely enjoys the warm weather. Of course, maybe a fluent Italian speaker now. He spent a lot of time in Italy. Italian tattoo as well, so he needs to, at least hopefully he can read it. He understands what it means.
It's not like when you walk in and point at something on the wall and realise that you've got chicken and chips tattooed on your arm or something like that. Isn't it? Started racing at about 11 years old. Did Callum Johnston, and it's saying his dad picked him up a little Junior Bianchi bike back in the day in the Celesti colour. So clearly has had that passion for Italy since he was a youngster.
He didn't even know he was having it when he was 11 years old. It was forced upon him. But of course, yeah, that Italian passion, that love. Now he's got a chance. 90 kilometres to go. He's got a long day out, long half a day out left of racing, but again, it's always hard to pick the most combative riders most of the time when you come to stages, especially when it was a group of 6 that finally forced that breakaway. When it goes away, you're always wondering who's the rider that would win that prize. The most combative prize is for the rider who's the most attacking, or has tried the hardest, or had some bad luck, had to force their way back into the peloton or the breakaway. And I think Callum Johnston's on his way to securing that with this solo move.
Is it a prize as well as a rider where you kind of sitting around dinner and you've got sort of bragging rights to an extra dessert that night or something?
Yeah, it's a bit of one. You know, you've done your job out in front. That's what you see normally when a breakaway is coming back together. There's always still those last-minute attacks. It's always a nice little trip to the podium for the sponsors and the team. It's not anything to be. If you get a chance to go on the podium, why not? Why not take it? He settled into his rhythm. That gap came down at first. Now he's getting a word from the team car.
Sport director
137.
Yeah, what sport director up, and this gives us a really good glimpse of the cars and the logistics that goes into putting a race like this on, because the organisers end up providing all the teams with some cars, and you don't have the full complement of bikes. You've got to kind of come with a set of bikes that might work for every rider, but it does give us a good glimpse of the logistics of a European team coming to Asia.
Yeah, so everyone will be given a car, and you can see the roof rack, standard roof rack as well, like you go on holiday with. Normally a dual one. In Europe we have a full rack, and now some of the racks can take 8 bikes fully built.
Wow.
We don't even need to take wheels out, so makes such a big difference for bike changes and how fast it is. But you come over, everyone gives the same vehicles, same amount of bikes. You then, most of the time, you can let the organisation know how many bikes you need to bring over. They can then try and supply a bigger roof rack if they need to. But of course, there is one point: four bikes to try and cover everyone in the race.
7 kilometres covered.
Bit of quick adjustment of the saddle height, and you hopefully. And the one good thing about riding with teams, everyone should be on the same pedal system. So even if the bike doesn't fit perfectly, they can still clip in and get on a new bike.
We just had a really good glimpse there of insight. We've got car cam in the Tudor Pro Cycling. It looks quite calm at the moment, but as a sport director, and now more and more we see now that teams will have as a director sportif, you used to drive the car, feed the riders, keep an eye on what was going on in the brake, try and make sure that you're trying to tell your mechanic in the back, right, write all the numbers down, which is easier said than done in certain places of the world. But there, you can hear there that the radio tour is also in English. But now a lot more teams will have a driver and a sport director or 2 DSs in the car, won't they? Which means that one can talk to the riders, give all the riders the information, because with VeloViewer and things like that, there's so much more information that you can give your riders when you're just focusing on the sport day, you know, rather than having to drive the car and change the wheels and you know, or get into the position when a rider punctures and that kind of thing.
Yeah, and actually now at a World Tour level, it's actually completely, it's the rules. They have to be, the sports director who is using the radio and VeloViewer has to be in the passenger seat, and one of them has to be concentrate on the driving and moving around the convoy, which is the safest way to do it. Obviously it can't happen all the time. You do end up having to drive and do the sports director job, talk on the radio. Obviously the bigger budget teams, they can afford to have 2 director sportifs at every single race they go to, but it is a massive advantage to be sat in the passenger seat. You don't have to worry about what's going on around you and everything that goes on with that. Concentrate exactly on the performance of the race, when they need to be in position, when there's a good chance to come back to the car to feed. All these little things. It's not, I'm not really a massive fan of all the different terms we use, but it is a marginal gain in a way, but it is a big gain. All it does is improve everyone's performance, sports directors alike, and there's so much going on in a car. The convoy is constantly moving, punctures, riders coming back for feeding, cars moving up, cars moving back, and especially on a busy technical stage, the driver really has to be fully aware of what's going on constantly.
You need to lie down in the dark room sometimes after some days out there, don't you?
You really do. You get back and you finish the stage and you just need a little 2-minute, 5-minute break just to, you know, almost decompress. Finish the stage, big deep breath, and then you get out the car and you take on the debrief with the riders. You talk to the rest of the staff that have been either at the side of the road or they're sorting out the hotel run that they need to have done and where you need to go, and then you move on to the next point. Obviously for lower level teams like the Continental teams or Casa Royale, the Pro Continental teams, it's a 3-man job in one most of the time. You're concentrating on the race, then you have to think about the logistics of moving all the staff around and all the vehicles, organise the next day, and that's why it's good having those double DSs, that extra DS, to really bring up the performance of the race, concentrate on that one main task, and that is winning races and competing for jerseys or whatever your objective is as a team.
And riders just moving up on the outside of the bunch. It's Alexander Konishev there, and that's maroon coloured Team Corotec Selle Italia jersey, and it's up to Tudor Pro Cycling. Can Arvid de Klein take a second stage victory in as many days here in La Tour de Langkawi? If you weren't with us yesterday, it was Arvid de Klein from Sasha Vimas, so Arvid de Klein of Tudor Pro Cycling, Sasha Vimas of Human Powered Health, who took second, Gleb Sarista of Astana, Kazakhstan, took third, Izzat Halil of the Malaysian national team took a great 4th place yesterday. Very echoes of Caleb Ewan in the style of the Malaysian national team rider, so watch out for him today at the finish. Enrico Zanoncello took the 5th spot ahead of Lorenzo Conforti. his teammate for the Green Project, Bardiani CSF. Carlos Canal-Blanco from Euskaltel-Euskadi took 7th. Thomas Barter was 8th. Harif Saleh 9th. And Amaral Mazuki's been out there sprinting it out for King of the Mountains points. Took 10th on the stage yesterday. So we'll see today how it goes in terms of the lead out for the finish. And for Human Powered Health, they gave one rider to Sasha Vimas yesterday, so experience would tell us that today they're going to give him a little bit more assistance now that they believe that he could take the stage victory. But Callum Johnson is looking Callum Johnson, now that he's alone, he's looking really comfortable out here.
Yeah, he's just settled into his rhythm now. That's all he can do. But he's holding that gap, 147. Still completely controllable, and also he is looking comfortable. He knows he will eventually probably be caught, so he's not committing too hard. He just needs to do his job. There's always a chance, though. In a way, this is the point where you just need to play the game as well in the breakaway. You don't need to ride too hard. You need to try and just save where you can. Final hour of racing is the key point. So if you've got anything left in that final 40k, 30 kilometers, that's when you really need to press on and try and steal a march on the peloton. Very hard to do on your own, but you never know what can happen. Any hesitation behind, there's always a chance you've got that advantage, you're out the front. Even if it is unlikely, the percentages are not in your favour, but there is a percentage that it could go all the way. So you have to just keep doing what you're doing, trust the process, ride within yourself, and try and, if you can, do one of the best rides you can, steal a march and steal a victory.
.84 kilometres to go, 1 minute and 47 seconds from Callum Johnston of Cachrural, the man from Scotland. And you see our national champion of Laos. Just got the all the information that he can on his handlebars. The Pachai Klahang. So my apologies, I get my national champions mixed up. That is, of course, the national champions jersey of Thailand. We're not seeing, so good to see that in there. So the Thailand continental team out there, number 132. Back to Callum Johnston, 82 kilometres to go. This is a long, lonely ride for the Scotsman if he would take this one all the way to the finish. But you can see, fully invested in this one now is the man from Cachrural. How long can he stay away for? It is going to be a long day out there here on day 2 of Le Tour de Langkawi. We're going to take a short commercial break. Make sure you come back and join us soon.
Everything we do has an impact on the climate. But how can we transform that from a negative into a positive?
It's amazing to see just how focused they are on providing opportunities for young, talented minds. It's so important to give back and create opportunities. PETRONAS have so many projects. I've been out to the rainforest and seen some of the work they're doing there. That gives me encouragement that we're going in the right direction.
It's about working together to deliver sustainable impact. The Eco Care Centre in Kota is a collaboration with the Malaysian Nature Society and PETRONAS. It features displays, exhibits and information about the unique ecosystem of Kota.
The whole essence of creating PETRONAS was really to create that positive social impact. We're able to also create more employment opportunities. A large number of our recipients are from underprivileged families, and changing them also eventually to help them change the lives of the people around them.
The energy we produce, the innovation we promote, the people we support are all aimed at being a positive force, delivering progress for society.
Welcome back to stage 2 of Kota Langkawi. Started in Kuala, Terengganu, and we finish 186.2 kilometers later in Kota Bharu. This is second of 8 stages that will take the riders 1,278.1 kilometers over the course of the 8 days. Thanks for joining us. Martin McDonald and John Mould with you to take you through the Kota Langkawi. And it's been a while since we were here, and for a stage finish in Kota Bharu, we've had plenty of stage starts. Sort of traditionally, we would go from Kota Bharu to Kuala Terengganu in the opposite direction. So today, this year, we're heading back in the direction we kind of, as we move our way up through the country. When we were here in 2001, it was Enrico Degano that took the stage for Panaria. Jan Kurtz of Mercury taking second, and Massimo Strazza of Mobile Vetta taking third. Back in 1999, Ronaldo Nocentini then with Mapei took the stage win ahead of Bart Bowen of Saturn and Michael Anderson of the Accenture team. Andrea Taffy in 97 for Mapei. Mark McCormack of Saturn with Christoph Agneluto of Casino taking the third spot. And then the back in 96, Jay Sweet of Australia from Glenn Mitchell and Rick Reed both from New Zealand. So it's been a while since we had a finish in Kota Bharu. Your lone leader is Callum Johnston from Great Britain and Caja Rural. And if you're joining us for the first time today, it has been for the second day in a row frantic, as we had multiple breakaways trying to get away throughout the day. One of the first that looked like it was really going to go was Giulia Massotto, who went clear for the Corotec Selle Italia team, taking Manuele Tarozzi, Kim Jung Wong, Logan Curry of Black Spoke, and Ayman Rosli of Malaysia. All came back together. We then had a second breakaway of the day with Thanawat Yatan going clear with Jon Aguirre and Joachim Mugilde. They went through the intermediate sprint with Aguirre taking it from Mugilde with Yatan just getting dropped. The gap was only 14 seconds at that point. They were brought back together for the group of Callum Johnson, Amaral Matsuki, Polychronis Sorzakis, Iman Arafin, Gijs van Hoeken and Luke Mudgway to go clear. They've enjoyed gaps of around about 2 minutes at points, but the two King of the Mountains points, one that came with 136.9 kilometers to go at Setiu, Matsuki of the Terengganu Polygon team, his teammate Ayman Zarif, whose hometown was the second KOM of the day at Pelong, was really going for the King of the Mountains, along with Luke Mudgway, who just went way early on the first KOM. It meant that Mudgway was caught and passed by Matsuki, with Iman Arafin taking second. On to the second KOM of the day, 129.4 kilometers to go at Pelong. Matsuki taking that and Luke Mudgway holding on after launching it yet again, and he took the 1 point there. We then moved on to our second intermediate sprint of the day at 98.8 kilometers at Bandar Permaisuri. Mudgway taking that ahead of Polychronis Sorzakis, who'd launched it with about 600 meters to go. Mudgway caught him and passed him on the line, with Callum Johnston taking third. Mudgway and Sorzakis decided that was it for them in the breakaway. It meant that the Scot was left alone, and you can see that Callum Johnston is fully invested in his breakaway attempt here. He went through 100 kilometers to go, and they were still holding a minute and 16. The British rider on the Spanish team, with 77 kilometers of the stage remaining, has managed to just take that gap now out to a minute and 50 seconds for the bunch behind. They'll be confident that if they just hold the British rider at this distance, that they'll be able to just keep him under control and bring him back and look to try and bring this one down to a bunch sprint. It's Tudor Pro Cycling with Simon Pello on the front that have been doing the lion's share of the work for the peloton today. Leonardo Basso of Astana, Kazakhstan has been up there with Tudor Pro Cycling. We haven't seen Human Powered Health getting in on the mix. They have Sasha Vimas in their ranks, who took second on the stage yesterday, and it was fairly chaotic, the run-in towards the finish yesterday. They did have Gijs van Hoeken in that early breakaway group, but he's been caught, should recover in time to be able to lead out for the Belgian in the finish. So all to play for. Will it be a day for the man from Tudor Pro Cycling, Arvid de Klein, to try and take his second stage win in as many days here in Le Tour de Langkawi. It's something that is quite traditionally happened over the years when a sprinter gets one win here in this race. We have seen and tend to see riders picking up multiple wins. There are lots of sprint opportunities this week. With the addition of the Genting Highlands, it does mean that those climbers and those GC riders also get their opportunity to test themselves up in the high mountains and potentially take a really historic and very prestigious stage race. And the Tour de Langkawi, 27th edition of this race, and it has always been a real sort of hotbed of development for teams and riders because of the severity of Genting Highlands. If you've never seen it before, make sure that you tune in with us on stage 5, because he's an absolute monster. Even just riding, I've ridden up it in the past, just pedaling up it, it's an absolutely brutal climb. So to race up it in that manner, I put it up there, having ridden the Monte Zoncolan and climbs like that. It's up there in the steepness at the top. It's up there with the biggest, with the steepest climbs in the world, and it is long as well. It's a very long climb, is the Genting Highlands. And as we go through the history of this race, it was one of those climbs that teams would bring their climbers to give them a chance to test them out on the Genting Highlands and just see how good they were, just see what sort of talent that they had in the high mountains. 74k to go, minute and 45 seconds back from Callum Johnston to the peloton. He's ticking the kilometres off pretty well here, John.
Yeah, he's just getting into his rhythm, settled in. He knows he's up against it. Called up neutral service there, picked up some 2 bottles. You can see this effort will be slowly taking it out of him. A brave effort on your own, but still a minute 45. And behind that, the peloton just holding him at that gap now. No need, no panic from all these riders in the peloton. They're happy with that. When you have one rider in the breakaway, you know realistically it shouldn't be too difficult to bring him back when you need to.
The high pace that we see now in controlling the breakaways, because in the past a breakaway would be given a lot more advantage than they're being given here. Has there been a lot of research and sports science around the effort that it takes to ride at a constant pace like they're doing here, compared to just completely knocking it off, getting that gap out to 6 minutes, and then having to do a different kind of effort at the back end of a stage?
Yeah, it changes the whole dynamics, and that's the reason actually the breaks don't get as far now. They still want to hold it in that aerobic energy zone, so he's thinking about zone 2, zone 3, riding on the front, but that means you can hold your effort for as long as possible. That makes a huge difference, whereas if you let the gap go out to 9 minutes, let's say, and then you try and bring that gap back in the final hour, it really means you're going to go into threshold for a very long time, and it saves a massive effort at the end of the race when you can just do it and control that breakaway. It works out even better when situations like this. A group of 6 weren't allowed any more than about a minute 15, but a group when I say a group, when one rider is on their own, it's a lot easier to control. 1 minute 45 and absolutely no worry. Surely we will be having another bunch sprint on stage 2 of the Tour de Langkawi. Great battle yesterday, and will we get a repeat of that? And when you look down now, Simon Pelu, Tudor Pro Cycling, maybe just have
He's headed back to the car, get a bottle, and left Leonardo Basso of Astana, Kazakhstan, to control the peloton. Interestingly there though, Yuskatel Uskadi sat second wheel. And then behind him, Casio Royale and the big figure, their sprinter, Daniel Babor, the man from Czechia. The man from Czechia, a brilliant rider, picked up the points jersey at Vuelta Portugal. And he'll be a man to be making up for a lost, making amends for yesterday. We've been disappointed with his sprint. Tried to obviously get up there. I'm surprised he wasn't. It was a bit of a technical run-in. And the similar today. Get closer and closer to that build-up. We have a one left-hand turn with 2.6 kilometers to go. That is a key point of the race. And then an 800 meter turn, and then a left-hand turn with 700 meters to go. And then straight ahead into the finish. That's still 70 kilometers away. And this man, Callum Johnson, still leads with that advantage of 1 minute 35. And soon we'll be back. We'll go for a short commercial break. See you all soon.
To achieve big goals, to bring new possibilities, partnerships and collaborations are imperative. With the focus of people, planet and profit, together with our partners, we are amplifying our efforts to reduce carbon emissions in our downstream operations. To strike a balance between business goals and environmental needs, at the same time recognizing and addressing the plastic waste and pollution in the economy. One of downstream subsidiaries, PETRONAS Chemicals Group, is committed shifting the industry towards a circular economy approach, better known as New Plastics Economy.
Thanks to technology and collaborations, this will not become a mere figment of imagination, but soon will be a reality for us. Working with a global player, we are currently looking at the possibility of building a chemical recycling plant, creating enterprise value in energy transitions such as sustainable fuel and cleaner forms of energy for mobility. It is up to us to make our planet a better place, one that we will be proud to leave behind for the future generation. It is our hope to inspire change, and together we will forge ahead towards a greener tomorrow. This is my pledge to the organization.
This is our pledge to you.
Welcome back to stage 2 of the Tour de Langkawi. Now with 65 kilometres remaining. Still with our lone leader of Caja Royale, Callum Johnson. That advantage now sitting at 1 minute 20. The peloton being controlled by Astana Kazakhstan and Tudor Pro Cycling. Same as what they've done for the whole day so far. Tudor Pro Cycling trying to set up and protect the race leader, Arvid de Klein. Picked up victory in a brilliant sprint yesterday. They'll be hoping for the same again today. A flat out start. A lot of riders wanted to be involved in the breakaway. 2 early King of the Mountain points meant a big battle, and it means we will have a new leader in that category, and that's Marzuki from Terengganu Polygon cycling team, taking that jersey off his teammate Zarif, but swapping jerseys within the team. That'll keep that team sponsors and the sponsors happy, and the team as a whole. And then we went in 2 intermediate sprints, and we have 1 intermediate sprint to go. That comes with 13 kilometers remaining. Still 65k to go. Johnson was in an original group of 6. That became 3, and now Johnson goes solo. He's trying to hold off the chasing peloton. That peloton being able to hold him under control. As soon as it comes down to 1 rider, the whole peloton were really happy about that, especially Simon Pilu of Tudor Pro Cycling, who's been doing the high percentage of work on the front. And opposite of that, Johnson on his own. You can see the way now out of the saddle, pretty laboured, legs starting to tie up. He's been out there for a long time, still quite a long way to go as well. And with that last intermediate sprint only coming with 13 kilometres to go, it's going to be a difficult one for him to hang on. It's going to be a bit of a GC fight, I think, in my mind. People want to take those extra bonuses where they can. With it coming so close to the finish, the sprinter teams won't mind bringing it back before that. So we could see a little dry run, a dress rehearsal for the intermediate sprint and the points classification points at that point before we get to that finish line after 186 kilometers of racing.
All the teams lined out on the front. Their teammate is away, and it just means that his teammates behind Callum Johnston can just sit in the line. They've got their rider out in front. Simon Pelo, though, is so interesting to watch how he manages this peloton. You always need that kind of peloton general to direct things.
He really is. He's just driving when he needs to. But you always see him. He's always having a conversation as well, joined by Basso at the front, and they're always almost having a chat every time he finishes a turn. Bit of a conversation. And there you go, teamwork there. Ice sock delivered to Basso, hand delivered, and bottles from the car. It's exactly what you need when you're at the front of the race. You can't go to the back and pick up bottles. You need your teammates to come up to you. And you saw those ice socks. Around 27 degrees and quite high humidity, so it's just about keeping that core body temperature as cool as possible. And that would have been a welcome reward for Basso, riding on the front and even getting the water straight over his head.
And it is such a good shot here, just showing how much communication it takes between the different teams to manage a breakaway and keep this gap under control.
Constantly talking, and almost they just have to, when they
really want to test it out, you can almost ride a little bit harder to see how quick that gap can come down. It's almost, let's say we'll ride at higher watts. Let's try and ride, bring up the pace a couple k an hour for about 5k, and then you get a good judge of how fast that gap can come down. It was out to 1 minute 47 with 75 kilometers to go. Now it's down to 1 minute 20. You just need to keep judging and changing it. Just trying to hear what Simon Pelu is saying to us down the team radio.
It's just see again, just feeding back from him, just to say what's going on, get a little bit of info from the team car, because it's almost at times the riders. Race radio would be too much information, wouldn't it, in their ears? But it's just that communication, just to feed back how he feels that everything is going in control, and get a little time gap. We do have the whiteboard that goes up and back on the motorbike, but it's feeding to the riders, and you're wanting that information from Arvid de Klein, the team leader, the race leader, stage winner yesterday. How are you feeling? Are you still good? And because there's no point riding if you're not gonna, if potentially if you haven't got the legs or you're not feeling great. Sasha Vimas, and this is what we wanted to see today, because Sasha Vimas yesterday had, I think it was Gijs van Hoeken that was the rider that he had yesterday to work for him. Now it looks like Human Powered Health. That second place yesterday, he wasn't a million miles away from the victory, but they have the faith in him today, and this is what you need as a rider. You have to prove yourself for the team to get behind you.
And he's proved it, and now he has to go out and deliver. He's asked for all that support, and it looks like they've really backed him. It'll be interesting to what he can do. He does need the help. There's a bit more of a technical run-in than yesterday's stage. There's some key corners within that final kilometre. So if you have teammates there and they're all supporting you, it is really important. You want to have that free run. You know, this is the reason why Belu came over the radio. A little treat for him. A little bottle of Coke. Get some sugar down you, nice cold. And he's all good. Do you need anything else? No, I'm all good. He says he's happy with that.
Little red ambulance, that we call it. And for anyone that's watching this that might be new to cycling and might not have seen cycling before, that they may find it strange, a bottle of a can of a fizzy drink when you're doing something physical like this. What difference does it make to use a rider when you have something like that?
There's just so much sugar in it as well, so that energy boost that you get, a bit of caffeine as well, and Coke. But sometimes it's just a bit of a morale booster more than anything. A bit of a home comfort in some ways, but just to get you going, makes you settle down. As we get closer and closer to the finish, 58k to go, getting closer to that hour, that magic hour to go marker, and that's when you need to be ready for it, ready for the race, ready to get going. If you can have a little, half a bottle of Coke to help you along the way, then why not? And he shared it as well, if you notice, with Basso, past that second half to him. They're the two that have been riding on the front all day, so they're almost teammates within themselves, even though they're on opposite teams.
And we see it in breakaways, don't we? And it is a good example when you're out there in a breakaway, you become teammates for the day. But that's such a good example of how it works on the front of the peloton as well.
Yeah, because you're actually the ones that are swapping places and riding. So if let's say if you're coming through, accelerating when you go through your turn, all you're doing is hurting the legs of the other rider who's taking turns. So you have to look after each other. They've done a big pull on the front. They've pushed the wind for a long time. Let's say they could do a 2 kilometre turn on the front, and then they change, and then they go onto your wheel. So you actually have to look after them, let them recover, make sure it's nice and smooth for them. They recover, you do your turn, and then you can swap. It's just all about keeping that togetherness on the front, looking after each other. Then you both share the workload. You're more committed to work to help each other out as well. So even if you don't speak the same language as each other, it's easy enough to communicate when you need to. But interestingly, you saw a Tudor rider all the way at the front, but his teammates are sat quite far back actually, all together, just about. But they are definitely taking a different tactic today. They'll move up when they need to, but at the moment, staying out of trouble and all the way at the back of the bunch.
See Raymond Creeder shaking out his legs for the JCL team Ukyo. Creeder wearing 112, and someone that on a team from, he's another rider. He's sort of a journeyman cyclist as well. Raymond Creeder, those sort of riders that have now found a home on the Asia Tour in teams from this part of the world, and he's a sprinter that's been around for many years.
Yeah, and he's taken a lot of victories in his time. He was part of Garmin Sharp with the World Tour team. He came through. He started with them way back in 2010. Yeah, and a top-class sprinter in his day. Picking up stages, Tour of Norway, Velofon Berlin. He has found himself a home in Team Ukyo. And it's great for those riders. He is still 33 years old, slowly coming to the end of his career, I think, but enjoying himself, enjoying his racing, enjoying himself over in Asia. And it's great for someone like Creeder. Is a brilliant asset to the team as well. That experience he has that he can pass on, really lead the team from the front. And they are vital, those team leaders, those team captains.
Back to Callum Johnston, our leader, the Scottish rider from Caja. Caja, one of the longest serving sponsors in world cycling. Started way back in the 1980s, did Caja, and kind of disappeared from the top flight of racing for a number of years. They sort of took a step back and concentrated sort of domestically and development regionally as a team before starting to appear on races. I remember them reappearing in races like the Tour of Turkey and here in Langkawi, and they had riders such as Peo Bilbao in the team, and have grown and developed as a pro team. And just to have that long-term sponsorship as a team, just for Caja, the bank, or a bank from Spain. You can see his teammates are all lined out, sat behind Simon Pelot and Leonardo Basso. They've got two potentials for the sprint today. Have Caja, Thomas Barter, who was actually our first attacker of the day, if you weren't with us earlier on, and Daniel Babor are the sprinters for Caja. Callum Johnson is just keeping his rhythm. He was in part of that 6-rider breakaway group that went clear, but kind of 1 by 1 and 2 by 2, they've all disappeared back to the peloton and left the Scotsman out here at the head of the race. 54 kilometres to go, 1 minute and 56 seconds is the time gap from our lone leader. How deep into this stage today can he go? And you can see just blowing out his cheeks, breathing deeply as he works his way up to Kota Bharu. and it's flatter than we've had earlier on today in terms of the run up towards Kota Bharu. We're not right along the coast today, and differing to yesterday, there is a coastal road that goes up towards Kota Bharu. We're not taking that route today. With a peloton, I've got him, you would say, under control. We're at that point here where Johnson, if he wants to try and stay away, will be looking to try and accelerate over the next few K. Looks like Leonardo Basso's emptied his little fizzy gift into his water bottle in the end. I think he was kind of struggling to sort of drink it down in one session.
Yeah, he didn't want to just finish it off straight away, so he's obviously put it in his bottle, saved that little energy boost for later.
And our two riders on the front, just managing the energy levels, the hydration levels. All about managing that. Back to our leader. 49k to go. He's looking comfortable, Callum Johnston.
Yeah, he's just settling in to his rhythm. He knows it's very unlikely that he could stay away till the end. It is likely he could pick up some extra bonus seconds. You never know what can happen. He's already picked up 1 second in our second intermediate sprint. If he can hold on to 13 kilometres to go, he could come away with a total of 4 seconds today. And Johnson, good climber as well, so in those tougher later stages to come, extra seconds he could be picking up might be key. He could be riding himself into a good GC position by the end of the 8 days.
Yeah, it gives himself a little buffer in the general classification, and it'll give him a real confidence boost if he can move himself up into the top 10 at the end of today's stage. If it does come down to a bunch sprint, don't forget there's 10, 6 and 4 bonus seconds on the line for the riders. Simon Pello, man in black on that red BMC bike. Constant communication between himself and Leonardo Basso, who is on the front. And you look at that big peloton, that 128 starters that we had today, and it really is a race of 1 against 2 between Callum Johnston and Simon Pello and Leonardo Basso, and everyone else just sat behind these two. Little bit of a chat with the team car from Callum Johnston. That's always useful. Hello, welcome along. Thanks for joining us. Stage 2 of Le Tour de LANGKAWI, the 27th edition of Asia's premier stage race. A 186.2 kilometres Yesterday we started in Kota, then finished in Kuala, Terengganu, and it was Sarawat Sirionachaya that took the first intermediate sprint of the day. Ayman Zarif of Terengganu Polygon was chasing the King of the Mountains, a title he's won previously in his career. After the second KOM of the day, Tekshbaya Bachakan of the Rujai Online Insurance team went off on his own. He would spend nearly over 60 kilometres at the head of the race. He swept up bonus seconds along the route, and at the end of the day that would move him up in the general classification. Gleb Zarista of Astana, Kazakhstan came into the finish. Sasha Vimas and Arvid Decline challenge, and it would be the Tudor Pro cycling rider Arvid Decline that took the stage victory, and with it the leader's jersey. Sasha Vimas and Gleb Zarista taking second and third respectively on yesterday's stage finish. Baksikan is in the lead in the Best Asian Riders classification. Ayman Zarif starting the day in the polka dot jersey as King of the Mountains, but with a slender lead after day one. And Arvid Decline leading in the points classification. That means that Sasha Vimas will be wearing that today, and also a 4-second advantage over the human-powered health rider in the general classification.
A great victory yesterday. Ready for one more?
Yeah, we're gonna try. I'm really looking forward to today. It's kind of similar to yesterday on a high level here, so I'm really confident we can do it.
A nice breakaway yesterday. Your morale is high.
Yesterday was quite hard day with rain and a little bit tired from that, but I really enjoy this beautiful white jersey. I'm happy with this.
Very close to the win yesterday. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I'm really happy with the result. Today I want to sprint straight and not zigzag like right, left. So I hope everybody is fair this sprint, and we will see.
This is what the riders have ahead of them today on stage 2 of the Tour de Langkawi, starting in Kuala, Terengganu and finishing in Kota Bharu. Early intermediate sprint to come with 151.6 kilometres to go. 2 Cat 4 climbs coming fairly early on in the day, and 2 intermediate sprints with 98.8 and 13 kilometres to go respectively. Thanks for joining us. Martin McDonald and John Mould with you to take you through this year's edition of the Tour de Langkawi. And starting the day, Harry Saleh at the back of the race with Thomas Barter having a chat just before kilometre 0. The Kakurau rider would give a fist bump to his Malaysian compatriot and head off up the road. We've had a flurry of attacks. His attack was short-lived, and just like stage 1, it took a long time for any breakaways to really stick today. We had multiple breaks and multiple attacks. On the first sprint of the day, we had a breakaway group of Yonagire, Joachim Mergelde and Yatan, Tanaka Yatan, who took the first one. Yonagire taking 3 points ahead of Mergelde at 2 and 1. On to our second objective of the day, which was our King of the Mountains, and we had a 6-rider breakaway group. Luke Munchway of the Blacksburg team went to the King of the Mountains. It was Matsuki of Terengganu that went over the top and took maximum points ahead of Iman Arifin. Onto the second climb, Munchway went again, but Matsuki, looking to defend this jersey for the Terengganu Polygon team, came over the top of the New Zealander, and he'd take first. Munchway managing to take 1 point in second place, and it means that Amrul Matsuki of Terengganu Polygon will take over in the polka dot jersey of King of the Mountains. This takes that off the shoulders of his teammate Ayman Zarif, his hometown at Pelong, where we had our second King of the Mountains of the day. It is a beautiful part of the world that we are in, heading out of Terengganu, Drawbridge is located on the eastern coast of the peninsula of Malaysia, along the South China Sea, known for its stunning coastline, beautiful islands and rich cultural heritage, and finishing in Kota Bharu in the region of Kelantan. Callum Johnston is the last man standing from our breakaway group. It's been a fairly odd day tactically, I think, is the best description of the stage so far. Johnston has 47 kilometres to go. 1 minute and 23 seconds is his advantage. We've had various riders, haven't we, John, throughout the day that have been in the break. They've gone for King of the Mountains, so they've gone for intermediate sprints, and then they've gone, I'm going back to the peloton.
Yeah, it was pretty strange and amazing, actually. A group of 6 finished over that KOM. That became a group of 3. And they went through the second intermediate sprint, and now it's a group of 1. It's Callum Johnson, all solo on his own. He's done a great job. From around 90 kilometres to go, he's been on his own now. Riding really well, settled into his rhythm, but every once in a while you do get those signs. He's out of the saddle, needs to stretch his legs out. So the fatigue really is slowly taking hold of those legs.
And the difference when you're alone like this in the lead at the head of the race, and it's literally as he's heading out for almost 100 kilometre time trial, isn't he? Is it your back that kind of goes first, and you know, mentally as well when you're alone in this sort of position, it's a tough one.
He knows what he needs to do, but that's a lot easier said than done sometimes. You just have to settle down, and you've got plenty of time to think about everything. You've got plenty of time to feel every muscle in your legs. Is my knee starting to hurt? Oh, my back's getting uncomfortable. But you just have to settle into your rhythm. And it'll be good for Johnson. 1 minute 23, the next and final intermediate sprint. You have to remember it was 13 kilometres to go. So in a way, it's very close to the finish. So it's going to be touch and go, because with it being so close, they'd happily bring it back and be able to control for the final 13 kilometres. So in a way, that's his finish line for today. Try and get those 3 bonus seconds if he can, but if not, a brave attack. I'm glad to see someone is keen to stay in the breakaway. There was such a big fight for it, and somehow we've only ended up with 1 rider left in it.
I was interested to see why Luke Mudgeway sat up and Polychronis Solzakis, because they went for that intermediate sprint, and then really that was it. And it, for them, if you're going to invest that much energy and that much effort with getting into the break, and let's face it, the start of today's stage was absolutely nuts. Yeah, again, it was bonkers in terms of how tough it was to get into that breakaway. So it surprised me when we look at the route and we look at how flat it is, and it's going to be a day for the sprinters. It's going to be tough for any breakaway to stay away on a day that's this flat. But as a team and as a rider, when you've invested that much time getting into the breakaway, why not just ride to the finish? Or ride as far and ride till you get caught, rather than sitting up and dropping back to the peloton. It's just been a really strange tactic for me, because you want as much time on air for your sponsors as you can. Yeah,
you can, but if maybe they're going for the time second bonuses, then you try and look for general classification. If you go out all day, then you're not going to be able to back it up the next days. But it's a difficult one to try and read. But once he knows, the other big thing, you always try and get in the breakaway and hope that is a chance to going all the way to the end. But we've seen how well Tudor Pro Cycling have been able to control it, and that has been down to Simon Pilu. He was on the front straight away, controlling this group, making sure his sprinter and the race leader, Decline, had another chance to go for victory in a bunch sprint. So, in a way, you know your fate, and sometimes the wiser decision is just to sit up and head back to the peloton.
And Simon Pello is one of those riders that in this situation, the Swiss rider who has been a pro since he was a trainee way back in 2011, turned pro in 2012. He rode for IM Cycling, rode for Team Illuminate, he rode for IM Excelsior, rode for Androni, Trek Segafredo, those sort of teams, and he's 30. He's had some great wins in his career. He won he has had some really good victories within his career. But the way he's riding and the way he's controlling the race for our turquoise jersey that we can just see here, Arvid de Klein, it shows the value of someone like Simon Pelot and his experience and the way he can control this and the way him and Leonardo Basso, the conversations between the two, because we have got this situation where it's 1 against 2. This the 128 starters that we've got today are all just sat behind Simon Pelot and Leonardo Basso, and it's up to them. And it just shows his worth, I think, over the last couple of days, and why riders like Simon Pelot have such long careers, because they can take a win. They're that talented. You're not a pro for that length of time without being a real talent. But for a team who have a rider like Arvid de Klein and are growing like Tudor Pro Cycling are, and for him being a Swiss rider as well, and kind of going back when he was with IM Pro Cycling, you know, that the sort of pride of being a Swiss rider and helping in the development of this team. He's a rider that's worth his weight in gold, as all these sort of riders that can do this job are.
Yeah, and it's different. They're willing to do it as well. Takes his chance when he has a chance to go for victory. So shows his class. He knows how to win races. And then he knows how to ride on the front, control, and be that brilliant team player when he needs to be. Great experience. That's why they're so important. He knows what he'd want if he was leading. If he wanted to win the race, he knows what he expects from his teammates. So when a rider like that then goes on the other hand and works for their team leader, they really know when they need to really put the effort in, when they need to, and when they need to be in the right position. And all these little things make one of the best. The teammates who know what's expected and know how hard it is to win, they make it easier for the leaders on the team when they can.
And he's been I said how long he's been a pro, and still it took the GC and points in Tour de Bretagne earlier on in the year as well. And it's the Tour de Bretagne is one of those kind of real gritty kind of Northern French Cup kind of stage races.
Yeah, 7 days of real tough racing in Tour de Bretagne. Always, as the way in France, hard finishing circuits, small little climbs, quite punchy. But a rider who can really get in those breakaways, hold on. And this is why when we see him, isn't any issue riding on the front of a peloton.
Callum Johnson just getting a little word here. The commissaire's bike just waving some of the cars through here. 39k to go for the British rider. The man from started his racing days, came through the Edinburgh Road Club, rode for Zappies, went to Italy, rode for Holdsworth. Zappies got a amateur ride with Caja Rural's amateur development team, and then turned pro last year with Caja Rural Seguros RGA, following in the wheel tracks of Hugh Carthy, who was second overall in this race last year. And now of course with EF Education Easy Post, and you're just getting some more little tells. You can just hear the gears just clicking up and down as well, can't you, for Callum Johnston. But gutsy move by the Scotsman. You wouldn't expect anything else. And I know a lot of the Scottish riders, especially the riders from Glasgow, super proud to see the World Championships in their home city. Just over a month ago now was when we were in Glasgow. It seems a little while ago, and you just remind yourself it's just over a month ago. But what a World Championships we had! I mean, it was absolutely brilliant to see. I mean, the crowds and the way everyone embraced it. I mean, they said it was over 1 million people watch the World Championships on the side of the road or at the track, and in Glasgow Green in the park in Glasgow. I mean, that's fan engagement, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a super World Championships, incorporating so many different cycling events as well: track, road, BMX, indoor cycling, football, and plenty others. It really brought so many people to Glasgow and the local areas. It was good to see so many different riders from different categories of sport as well, all together, all competing for those jerseys and medals. But what an event it was, what a week.
And Callum's amateur career, so when he was with Caja Rural before turning pro with the team, and the Spanish domestic scene seems to be really growing in both the men's and the women's pro peloton, the sort of domestic races and the big blocks of races that we have. And sort of as an amateur, took four sort of Spanish Cup victories, and also stage and mountains in the Vuelta Cantabria. And if you're living in Spain and you're riding for a Spanish team that's a development team for the pro team, and for him as well, and we're seeing this a lot more with British riders now, because traditionally they did have that pathway, and they would kind of come through the track, and then they would hope to sort of get an opportunity if they went abroad with a national team. But like Hugh Carthy, who kind of came through your old team, Rafa Condor, and went to Spain and lived and based himself in Spain, and went into Caja Rural, and look where he's gone. It's a different kind of pathway for someone like Callum Johnston that they're treading in a way.
Yeah, it's at one point the Great Britain Academy was so strong, and then of course Sky Pro Cycling came along, and British riders really had a pathway set out where they could go. Of course, it worked really well in some ways. There was always a stepping stone for those riders to step on up to the World Tour, but it wasn't until around 2013, and it was actually Simon Yates and Adam Yates, they chose in a way to go to Orica Green Edge instead of Team Sky, and that opened the floodgates to so many World Tour teams looking at British riders in a positive way. And first, in my way, I always thought every team would think if they're British, that if they're good enough, they go to Sky. But of course, Orica took on the Yateses, and then all the World Tour teams thought, wow, there's a big pool of talent in Great Britain, and just because the riders haven't signed for Sky doesn't mean they're not at that world-class level. And it opened up the opportunities for so many other riders as we go through. Hugh Carthy, riders like Chris Lawless, he came through Hagen's, Berman's, and then on to World Tour level. He did eventually go to Team Sky, but it really set up so many riders and opportunities at other World Tour teams, not just British registered teams.
We're just seeing our cavalcade coming through the finish. Another good example though of that though is Tom Pidcock. I mean, he's the epitome of that rider, and we see it as well with riders like Zoe Backstead coming through, that have come through cyclocross, and they would travel down from wherever they were in the country in the UK and go over to Belgium and race cyclocross, and they've sort of become those sort of real multi-discipline kind of riders. And I think it's opening up on world cycling with the likes of Matthew Van Der Poel, with Wout van Aert, with Tom Pidcock, to be able to be a lot more, sort of versatile and a lot more, have that lot more freedom in their career. Because in cycling, it was traditionally, when you turned pro, you had to grow up and get a real job, and you weren't allowed to go out and have fun anymore. And it seems like the sport is very much changing in that aspect, and the big team bosses and big teams are seeing the benefit of giving those riders that freedom and keeping them within all the different elements of their cycling that made them the rider that they are.
Yeah, it used to be the kind of the simple way you do the track and as a young rider, and then you move on into a road career. But I do like those multidiscipline riders now. It gives them, and they do come with another set of skills as well, and motivation throughout the year. When you have, sometimes a change is just as good as a break. That fresh new style of riding, you're still on a bike, it's still pedaling, that's as close as it can get. I know the position's a little bit different, but in my mind all it is a positive. If someone can race like they can on a mountain bike, that energy system and the efforts they have to do to close gaps down, accelerate over little climbs, if they can transfer that onto the road, it's just a massive plus.
It's also the skills, because we kind of missed it. We didn't miss it because I didn't want to make a big deal out of it yesterday, but we came into the finish yesterday and we went over this bridge, and I don't know who it was from Astana, but we just caught a glimpse of this rider who hopped up onto the grass, rode along the grass and hopped off. But the hop that he made, when you look at the central reservation that he managed to, at the last minute, just bunny hop his bike up to, was it'd be up to my knees, I think, the move that he made. And that's what, as well, that's that transferable skills between all the disciplines.
Yeah, it is. And you don't really realise how skillful some riders are until they do something like that, when they need to get themselves out of a situation. You were trying to do that at home, you see a curb sometimes and think, oh, I need to stop, unclip and climb over that. But when you're at speed, to have the bravery to do it and the skill to do it, if you've got the skill to do it and you can back it up, then sometimes those skills come in handy and you don't come down. Always get yourself out of a situation as well. Some riders just have the knack for it. It's a natural ability, same as you see the mountain bikers with their skills on the back wheel, on one wheel, when they can do a wheelie, make it such ease as well. It's, tell the riders who just love riding their bikes, who spent time as a kid just messing around on their bikes.
Callum Johnson started riding at 11 years old, came up through the Scottish racing scene and racing crits and track, the National Track League at the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome there in Glasgow, and just gradually, little by little, throughout his teenage years, just picking up victories domestically back home in Scotland, and then as all riders do, you just venture out, from whether you come from Wales like you do, in Scotland and England, you just kind of all migrate into each other's races, and there's such great domestic racing scenes in all the different regions of the UK where Callum is from. Got his first win, as far as I can see, right back in as a youngster, like 2013, 2014, when he first had his hands in the air. But they do have a great development scene in Scotland. Back to the peloton. And Tudor Pro Cycling, along with the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team. There we've got George Jackson for Bolton Equities Black Spoke. We'll run you through some of our sprinters that we're going to see at the end of today's stage. The Green Project Bardiani, a little wave to the camera from Shin Byung-hoon. I'm just saying hello. It's been since our breakaways went, a fairly relaxed day for the peloton. You can see all of the teams grouped together within the peloton. EF Education Easy post all together. It's Cajarural for Callum Johnston. 40 seconds though with 35 kilometres to go. It's going to be tough for him to stay out there too much longer, I think.
Yeah, suddenly his legs just seem to stop, now down to 40 seconds. It's crazy how fast you can see it just comes down in no time at all. And that's more actually Callum Johnson. That fatigue has finally hit him. You can see the body position on the bike a lot more relaxed, sat up high.
Our Terengganu Polygon riders are in the peloton. This team really has made such a difference to pro cycling in Malaysia. That's Ayman Zarif in the polka dot jersey. He started the day in that jersey. He will pass that jersey across to his teammate Mazuki, but Anwar Manan was very much the man from Malaysia, and he was the first ever Malaysian rider to take a stage win. Anwar Manan, he represented Malaysia in events like the Tour de Langkawi, and he won a stage. He won the points jersey in his career, one of the most respected riders in his home nation. This is Asia's premier stage race, and Anwar just has a presence within the sport, not racing professionally anymore, but just one of those riders, having been here coming to Malaysia for about over a decade. Anwar just had, as a pro within the peloton, this kind of presence, and he's passed that on to riders like Zarif, like Harif Saleh, who has won 3 stages of Le Tour de Langkawi. And Harif Saleh, watch out for him in the sprint today. But we can't underestimate the influence that riders like Anwar Manan have had to the current generation of Malaysian riders. And then we kind of go back into the 90s with Masari Musa, who was an incredible rider who was competing with the teams of Mapei and Saturn, and the teams that were coming into La Tour de Langkawi from Italy, from America, from all over the world. And Masari Musa was one rider through the 90s and into those sort of early 2000s that was a real presence in this race as well. Really talented rider, and it took till Anwar Manan to take that first stage win here in La Tour de Langkawi that really did kind of open the floodgates in a way for that sort of Terengganu team, and we started a stage today. We finished yesterday in Kuala, Terengganu, and we see the team. They go all around the world. They race a lot in Asia. We see them in Turkey and different other countries around the world. But their influence and what they have achieved, and Harif Saleh now having taken 3 stage wins in his career, and Ayman Zarif have been a multiple king of the mountains here in La Tour de Langkawi. They're a phenomenal team, and always really important with a stage race as prestigious as this one. That there's got to be a legacy, hasn't there, John? That if you've got a stage race, you want to be developing riders from your country. You want to be able to show that your grassroots level of your racing, but you're as well up to developing these pros that can inspire the nation and inspire the viewers to be able to get involved.
Yeah, it shows what they can do, and they can get stuck in and have a national race that they can go and ride and perform at. It's just inspiring for that home nation, whatever the race is. Just gives them that chance to get stuck into. But we can still see getting closer and closer. 31 kilometers to go. Now down to 48 seconds.
48 seconds. He's holding the time gap for the British rider. They're going to want to leave him out there as long as possible now, aren't they?
They're going to want to, but you can see there's a chance to get more bonus seconds. We have that intermediate sprint with 13 kilometers to go. So it does mean we might have another little chance for those GC contenders to seal some more seconds, and for a rider like Decline to pick up some more points in the points classification.
That's a jersey that he will be targeting. He's wearing that turquoise jersey as race leader, and he came into yesterday as the real favourite, and Tudor Pro Cycling did a great job in delivering the stage win yesterday. And as a sprinter, it's rare to get to lead a race overall, and this was the run into the finish, and he didn't have it all his own way, did he?
No, he was a little bit out of position. He had to fight his way through. In a way, it worked out really well. He was able to use the slipstream. Only got around 25 meters to go. He was safe. He knew he got the win. Perfectly timed. But it was a close one.
Can he take another stage win today? Arvid Decline of the Tudor Pro Cycling team. And 29 years old, and really has arrived at Tudor Pro Cycling at exactly the right time. The Dutch sprinter, a team that is growing so well. They got big plans, and he's had a very successful season, winning Milano-Torino. He took a stage in Boucle-Le Mayenne. He also won a stage of the ZLM Tour, a stage of the Deutschland Tour. So he's been on form throughout the season. He took his first win in Milano-Torino back in March. So there's his beautiful custom BMC bike. Create speed is a great hashtag, isn't it, for a sprinter to have. And Tudor Pro Cycling have controlled this race nicely today. Simon Pelot, the Swiss man who has been on the front pretty much since the breakaways got clear, and he's been still there with Leonardo Basso. Callum Johnston is in a world of pain, I would say, looking at the way Callum Johnston is, and you can see him just battling, fighting for those gears, and trying to find comfort when you've been out here for this length of time.
Yeah, and calling up the car for some more bottles. Long day out on your own. He is riding really well. It will be the neutral service car that makes his way up to him. Up at 48 seconds, remaining at 48 seconds. And it was interesting there, we saw for most of the day the whole team of Tudor Pro Cycling round Decline towards the back of the peloton. Now, with 30 kilometers to go, they've made their way to the front. Exactly the right time to do it. We're getting closer and closer to a good finish. It's been building all day, and I'm looking forward to a good little bunch sprint to finish it off.
We are indeed. So it's a flat run up to Kota Bharu. And it has been a while since we finished a stage here in Kota Bharu. It is a region of a lot of the riders in the race. Ayman Zarif, that you saw there, who started the day in the polka dot jersey of the King of the Mountains. He is from Pelong, and we had a sprint yesterday in Dungan, in the hometown of Harif Saleh. We'll run you through your top 10 from yesterday. It'll give you a good idea of the sprinters that you can be watching out for today. So it was Arvid Decline from Sasha Vimas, so the Tudor Pro Cycling team, getting the victory over Human Powered Health. Gleb Syriza of Astana, Kazakhstan, taking third. Izat Halil of the Malaysian national team. Phenomenal fourth place yesterday for the man from the Malaysian national team. If we come into the finish, you're able to pick him out. He has echoes of Caleb Ewan in this sprinting style, very much over the sort of front of the bike, very much like Jakub Mareczko as well. Enrico Zanoncello and Lorenzo Conforti 5th and 6th respectively for the Green Project Bardiani CSF Falzan team. It was Carlos Canal Blanco of Euskadel Euskadi in the orange, hence why we've got one of the Euskadel Euskadi riders up there in 3rd. Hasn't contributed to the work, but he's there. Then it's a fairly bright jersey, you can't miss it. So they're showing themselves at the front. Thomas Barter of Cajarodal, the teammate of Callum Johnston, was 8th. Harif Saleh taking 9th for Terengganu, and Amaril Matsuki taking 10th in the sprint yesterday. He was out in the breakaway. He is now our new leader in the King of the Mountains classification. Callum Johnston's lead is down to 30 seconds. We would say this is quite early to bring the breakaway back. I think it's kind of a natural process here, isn't it, in terms of bringing Callum Johnston back here, rather than a real sort of concerted chase.
Yeah, it's just naturally happened. The quality of that peloton really has been able to hold the breakaway where they needed to. And we are getting closer and closer to that bunch sprint. To run you through a bit of the key information, at 10 kilometers to go, we leave a road pretty much similar to this. We make a left-hand turn. About 800 meters after that, we make another right-hand turn, and then it's straight on a quite wide road. 2 lanes, similar to what you see on the screen at the moment, all the way down until we get to 2.6 kilometers to go. There is the left-hand turn. This left-hand turn is key for positioning, so everyone expect a fight into that left-hand corner. If you haven't moved up before then and you turn onto the left and there's a team able to do a lead out, it's going to be very difficult to move yourself up through the bunch. So really every team and GC riders will be wanting to make sure they're safely through that final, that left-hand corner at 2.6k to go. Then we have a pretty straight run in until we pass the Flamme Rouge, 1 kilometer to go. Then we have a right-hand turn with 800 meters to go, and then a left-hand turn with 700 meters to go. And then it is a straight running for the most part, a slow drag to the right-hand side. But these corners, 800 meters to go and 700 meters to go, are perfect. If you can have 2 riders in front of your sprinter there, they can lead through the right-hander, they back off, they control the peloton, they go through the left-hander. By the time you come out of it, that's around 650 meters to go. If you come around with 1 rider still in front of you, they do their last lead out and deliver you and and accelerate through their final turn, drop off the sprinter then can kick from that. Around 250 to go. No real strong wind to worry about, so you don't have to worry too much about a strong headwind, so you don't need to leave it too late. But for me, it's key having at least 2 teammates in front of you on that right-hander with 800 meters to go, and that gives you a really good chance of taking victory.
Yesterday's sprint, and you never know whether a team like Human Powered Health would go back and look at yesterday's stage, because Sasha Vimas, who took 2nd yesterday, he lost a lot of momentum when his teammate swung off, and it was one of those lead outs that he was 300 meters to go from the line, and there is that calculation, isn't there, where you think, oh, okay, it's too early. 300 meters is a long way. Do you think sometimes in that situation you've just got to go? Because he looked like he had to back off, and maybe today Human Powered Health have got to, as you said, try and have 2 riders in front of him if they want to try and outwit Decline today.
They really do. It was Saritza who then went over the top of him, but you saw that hesitation from him because Vimas was on the front. He then waited and then followed the Astana rider, and then actually it kicked again, and he passed him for 2nd place. It's difficult because it would have been a long way to go, but he had that speed and that delivery from his lead out man. In a way, he should have just
opened it up and not hesitated. To be able to kick again after you've slowed down is really difficult, because he would have made such a big acceleration to make sure he got to the wheel, then to try and make another acceleration when you try and come round Saritsa, and that's the reason, you know, look at decline. He was a bit further out of position, but he was able to follow the wheels, and then he made one acceleration in the final 100 meters, and then that is why the reason he then passed on and went to the finish. So it's just about timing that pure sprint, because in a way VMouse might have used his top end kick just to get back on the wheel when he was already slowing down. It's it's such a technical skill for the sprinters. You always want to hold your speed. We talk about now in the world of cycling so much about power and your peak power, saying, oh, I can do 1600 watts, 1800 watts, these big sprinters, but the best sprinters in the world are the ones that can do a high amount of watts, maybe even 1300 watts, but they can hold it for 20 seconds. And actually, they're the ones that win at the end of races. If you have a really high kick and then you tail off, all you're doing is then, you took the power to the speed point of view, you've done a high spike in speed, and then the speed starts to come down. And if you're on the wheel, you're saving so much energy and you're getting that free speed. So if you can just keep holding that effort throughout, that's key.
Away we go. We're getting some attacks. That was a huge move from about halfway down the bunch, as the Euskadi team, Xavier Izasi, goes on the attack with Ivan Kobo here. So Euskadi and the Equipa Kern Farmer going on attack. And this is the danger, isn't it? When Callum Johnston is coming back, when you get to 30 seconds, you can see him and you think that's a jumpable kind of gap. I can cross that gap really quickly.
I don't know whether there's a first Spanish team classification or something, because Cajaroyal up the road, Euskaltel, and then Kern Farmer followed on, Cajaroyal behind them. But it has all started off now.
Oh, the top is off the box of madness again. This is what it's been like earlier on today. And Euskadi have just kicked this off. And respect to Callum Johnson. He knows the game is up. The Scotsman, day out there in the breakaway. Last man standing from that break for Cajaroyal. Gutsy move from him today. It is game over with 24 kilometers to go, and Xavier Izasi has just kicked things off with 24 kilometers to go. And this is kind of what we talk about in terms of controlling a day for a sprint, isn't it? You think 10 kilometers out is you can have that, you can keep that speed. 25k to go is a long way to try and control things, and that's what gives people this confidence to go again. And then you've spent all day controlling one break, and now you've got to do it again.
And you can see how lined out that peloton is now. People and riders caught out towards the back, 2 riders distanced. It's great to see, though. Have some racing. There is that intermediate sprint, bonus seconds on the line, 3, 2 and 1, and that comes with 13 kilometers to go. So we've got a mix of general classification hopes here, trying to pick up some extra seconds, and some riders trying to steal a march on those sprinters. Don't leave it all day, don't leave it up to them, don't give them a free ride. Why not? Put them under pressure, make some attacks.
And he just saw that, Izasi just saw that gap and just went for it, and that's what we like. That's what it's been. The racing has been, the pattern of the racing here in the opening 2 days of Le Tour de Langkawi has been interesting, to say the least. So we'll see how the back end of this stage goes. Tudor Pro Cycling have got the confidence in Arvid Decline. They are the team that have the turquoise leaders jersey within their ranks. Simon Pello has been doing a phenomenal job defending this. It's going to be a tough ask to control this now for the next 23 kilometers and keep the pace high enough to stop anyone else from attacking.
Yeah, he's done a brilliant job, Pello, but
he's going to need some help from his teammates. He's a fantastic rider, but for a long time now he has been working on the front. So we'll see if he has anything left. The racing has restarted. We had that middle period, bit of a timeout. I'm sure there's going to be plenty more attacks to come.
In this situation as a sports director, what would you call this now? If you were sitting in the car behind, would you let everything just kick off and try and encourage other teams to chase when you've been the team that's defending all day, or do you not want to risk it?
If you have the numbers, you could risk it, but from a Tudor Pro Cycling point of view, you just want to settle things down again, move the team to the front like they are, and then just take control again. They need to just keep control of everything. If I wasn't team manager of Tudor Pro Cycling and I was looking for a general classification result this week, I'd be willing the attacks to go, telling the riders to move forward, follow any move that is big th that you can slip off in front of. We saw how well EF Education Easy Post did it yesterday. Simon Carr picking up 2 seconds, Dahlgren picking up the 1. They weren't part of the breakaway all day. The final sprint came and they gained those little seconds, and it's going to be the same again here. So you just need to be vigilant, and you can't let anything easy slip off, or anyone that could be a threat to general classification in the future days.
And as a GC rider, some days like this can be a day where if you can just sneak stealthily into a breakaway, you can put yourself in a really positive place.
Yeah, and as long as you're doing it in a way that hasn't taken much energy out of you, I really encourage the riders to do it. You need to be able to race. If you want to win general classification in many stage races around the world, yes, you need to climb well if there's a mountain stage, but there's plenty of good climbers out there. So if you can race well on the flat days, take advantages when no one else is looking for them, it could come back at the end of the 8 days and you'd be kicking yourself if you're in an easy move and you didn't bother taking those seconds and you end up losing general classification by 2 or 3 seconds. Take every second you can get.
Will we see that? So we're in about 9 kilometres away from our final sprint of the day. And those 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds, 10, 6 and 4, importantly, on the line. If Arvid de Klein can take that to defend that leader's jersey. Sasha Vimas of Human Powered Health, second yesterday. Gleb Sarista of Astana, Kazakhstan, will be looking to make amends for yesterday and take a stage win. The man from Astana taking a stage win in this race last year. Arvid de Klein, who's been on form throughout the race. You can see his Tudor Pro Cycling team, total faith in the Dutchman, all lined out on the front. They know that they've got arguably the fastest finisher in this race in their midst. Can he take 2 from 2 here for the Tudor Pro Cycling team? You wouldn't bet against him. You just see our 7-11 riders from the Philippines. Ismael Groshpe wearing 172. Joshua Pascual on the left there wearing 176 for 7-11. So 7-11 clicked Air 21 by Road Bike Philippines. So this Philippine team, they did try and get away earlier on in the day. Did the riders from the 7-11 team. We are heading towards Kota Bharu. If you're tuning in for the first time today, welcome aboard. Thanks for your company. 22 kilometres to go and 1 objective left. It was Jona Gide that took the first intermediate sprint of the day way back with 151 kilometres to go. That was from Jochen Nurgolday with Tanafat Yatam from the Rujai Online Insurance team that took 3rd and 1 second. They were the breakaway at that point of the race. We then had a 6-rider breakaway group, Callum Johnston in there for Kaharura, Amiro Matsuki of Terengganu, Polygon, Karonis Sozakis from that Rujai insurance team. Iman Arfin was also in the breakaway group for the Nusantara team from Indonesia. Gijs van Hoeken for Human Powered Health, and Luke Mudgway of the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team. As we came to the first KOM of the day, it was Matsuki of Terengganu after Luke Mudgway had launched his move, mistimed it, went a little bit too far out. We had 2 full-on, almost finished sprints for our King of the Mountains earlier on today. It was Iman Arifin that took second on the first one. That gave Matsuki 2 points. On to the second climb of the day in Pelong, where Matsuki managed to come round Luke Mudgway, who had gone long for the second time in the King of the Mountains. That means that Matsuki now takes over in the King of the Mountains jersey from his teammate Ayman Zarif, who started the day in the polka dot jersey. And it's a shame that Matsuki took it in his hometown of Pelong, but it goes to his teammate, so I'm sure he won't be too worried about that. On to the intermediate sprint with 98.8 kilometres of the stage remaining, and that was at Bandar Pemasuri. And at that one, Luke Mudgway managing to edge out Sozakis, with Callum Johnson taking third spot. Mudgway and Sozakis sat up, looked at each other, and went back to the peloton. Callum Johnson took off on his own. He's been caught a few kilometres ago. We have one intermediate sprint to come at Perengat with 13 kilometres of the stage remaining, and it has been a great day of control by Tudor Pro Cycling and Astana, with Simon Peller and Leonardo Basso, the 2 riders that have kept this race under control. Can they do the same now and prevent a big large amount of attacks that could come in now on the run in towards the finish? It is going to motivate many riders who really don't have a chance of out sprinting Arvid Decline at this finish today to try and get clear.
There's plenty of riders who want to make that move in the attack, and there's plenty of sprinters actually who want to make an amends for yesterday. Just because Decline won yesterday, it's a new day today. Everyone needs to believe in themselves, give themselves a chance. It'll be interesting. I'm interested and intrigued to see if we'll see a little general classification battle for this intermediate sprint.
We love a GC intermediate sprint, don't we? We love seeing the climbers battling it out for an intermediate sprint. Equipo Kern Farmer go.
And it is the Spanish teams again chasing each other. Caja Royale and Euskaltel Euskadi are the first riders to react. Yeah, there is a bit of a Spanish civil war going on at Tour de Langkawi, I think.
Yonagire, is this Yonagire that looks like he's going here for Equipo Kern Farmer? The Caja Rural team. They've got a couple of fast finishers in their ranks. Euskatel Euskadi there in the orange, and then there's just one solo Tudor Pro Cycling jersey just getting up there. The rest will be left to look after Arvid Decline, but they are heading through here just to see if they can get another move going off the front. They're going to have to react quickly to this one to try and make this late breakaway stick if they can. So Human Powered Health jersey that we can also see getting themselves up there. Having a glance around. Looks like it's they've got a little gap now, this breakaway. They can get themselves organised, but it's almost too big to get organised quickly when you've got that many. It looks like 6 or 7 riders that we've got off the front.
Yeah, and of course Tudor Pro Cycling were represented there, and it looked like Human Powered Health as well. Those 2 riders in that break are definitely going to be sat on. They won't be contributing. They've got the idea of a bunch sprint for their sprinters behind. So if you are there, you have to just end up pushing the pace, and that's exactly what's happening. But that group is slowly getting bigger. Still 16 kilometers to go. As you can see, Human Powered Health knock off the pace.
Little talk into the radio. So this group, if they've made it in there, they want to try and keep working if they can. A lot of chat going on down the back of the peloton while things really kick off at the front. Judo Pro Cycling and Human Powered Health just trying to take the wind out of the sails of this breakaway if they can, just to prevent it getting clear if at all possible. For Human Powered Health, they've got Sasha Vimas in there. Watch out for him. He's wearing the orange points jersey today, is Sasha Vimas. He is just keeping that jersey warm for Arvid de Klein, who's leading in the points classification. Decent sized group here. Oh, riders just having a little bunny hop across that little section of the course. You can see how much the pressure is on here, can't we? The back, everyone having to really dig in.
Yeah, it's changed. This running race really has come alive in these final 25 kilometres. Look at the conversation going on in this group. Mudgway has found his way back to the front of the race. Right there for Human Powered Health. That's Adam de Vos.
Adam de Vos, very experienced man, stage winner here in this race in the past, and he's one of those riders. And we talk about tricking the sprinters teams. Adam de Vos is someone that's experienced at doing just that. So we'll see what he can. He's a good man to have in a breakaway at this stage of the race. And again, for a rider coming back to a race where they've had some of their biggest successes, he will be super motivated here in the Tour de Langkawi, having won a stage into Kuala Terengganu, going in the other direction. This will let's see if he can pick one up going in the other direction this time.
It's going to be a strange one. We have that intermediate sprint and we're getting very close to it, probably around 500 meters before it. And is it going to be a little reset as soon as we go across there? Was that a mini finish line for the riders in that breakaway?
Here we go, lining out. And you can see the EF Education Easy Post jerseys coming through to try and take this one. And did Simon Carr just manage to just pull a cheeky one there? We've got 15k to go on the graphic at the top of the screen. It's just ticking off there. Looked like Michael Valgren leading out for Simon Carr, so that group did come back before our intermediate sprint. And it looked like Daniel Babor potentially that was getting up there, but it's the Green Project Bardiani CSF Faizan team that after that intermediate sprint now go on the attack. This is going to be chaos on the run in towards the finish. Attack after attack after attack that we've got here into Kota Bharu.
Strange one for the intermediate sprint though. Maybe it was hard to identify where the finish line was, but with 20 meters to go, you don't see many people flicking their elbow for their teammate to come through, and that's exactly what EF Education Easy Post had to do. Carr trying to pick up some extra bonus seconds. He did it so well yesterday. Be interested to see when we get confirmation of the result who took those 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds.
Picked up some points yesterday, did Simon Carr, and these seconds, he's just putting them in the bank, just saving them for later. Genting Highlands will be the stage that he will be looking for a general classification fight. 126.4 kilometres on Wednesday on stage 5. There's your sprint result. So Tom Scully takes it from Simon Carr and Thomas Barter. I think Scully would have wanted Carr to have the three bonus seconds if he could there, but as you said, it was just maybe a slight misjudge on the line there, but car takes 2 seconds nonetheless.
I also know how fast Tom Scully is, so yeah, it's a bit of a hard task trying to go around him, and sometimes he doesn't realise how strong and fast he is. A brilliant lead-out man to have, but obviously a little bit too strong for Car to come over the top of. But still, an extra 2 seconds. He's now gained an extra 4 seconds in 2 stages, which is good. On these flat stages, for a rider like Simon Carr,
it's sensible, isn't it?
Very.
It's
really good. Tactically astute. May as well go for these bonus seconds. The reason why they're there, and they're not forcing them. They're not going out and looking to take bonus seconds, but when there's an opportunity to do so, the breakers come back, then yes, let's go do it. It's come back together. But they don't need to ride to control things for an extra 3 seconds. But again, Scully, strong lead out, and a brilliant team player on a day like today, when potentially he could be sacrificing his chances of a result to make sure he looks after his teammates and his GC contenders.
And it's free time as well, isn't it? It's a weird concept, but it's free time when you take seconds in that situation.
And all you need to do now is be in a good position to avoid any splits, and then of course try and stay out of trouble with if there is any incidents or punctures or anything along those lines. So now Simon Carr's made that one effort. Now you just hold your position. You don't need to worry about the big bunch sprint. This is the time now, left-hander here off this main road. See the difference, the fight for position between all the riders. This is where all the team managers now giving clear and precise instructions in the radios, trying to make it as simple as possible so they know where they need to be and the key points. Make one more right-hander, and then we follow a road until that left-hander with 2.5k to go.
Does your narrative and tone change a lot as a DS when you within the points in the race that you go?
Yeah, 100%. As you get closer and closer to the finish, you have to be, well, there's a bit of a problem there, all caught up in his rear derailleur. But no, as you get closer, you completely understand that it's more hectic in the bunch now. There's a lot more going on, there's a lot more noise because there's a lot more riders bunched up together. So you just want to be as simple and precise and short as possible, really. You want to give them the information they need to know, and just in a way sometimes they need a bit of motivation to make sure, or a bit of pressure just to squeeze on them, just to tell them, yeah, this is the time to perform. You've had a day where it's been quite relaxed. It's almost like, right, come on, we need to switch on. Let's get up for this. Let's get into that fight. We need to support our objectives, our positioning. We need our GC rider in a safe place. We need our sprinter here. And you just shorten your tone and you just tell them, right, come on, now to the front.
And does it help as a DS in this sort of situation where you were a sprinter as well, that you understand because you were a lead-out rider and a sprinter, and does it help having been in this sort of situation when you're trying to direct a sprint like this, because you know what the rough and tumble it is, you understand sort of instinctively as a sprinter that, okay, I need to be left here, I want to be on the inside, I want to take the left hand side on this sort of corner.
Yeah, 100%. And when you look at it, it's good in the car. You can read VeloViewer and you can look in the evening before, really, and plan where you'd want to be. The key thing we see at the moment is picking one side of the road. You see it constantly. Look at it's a bunch sprint in the Tour de France or the Vuelta España that's just finished, and you can see now black spoke on the right hand side of your screen, the purple and yellow they have moved over. Once you hold one place, no one's going to come up your inside. It's as simple as that. You know only riders are going to come from one side of the road, so you hold that side of the road for as long as possible. Then you only need to look over your right hand shoulder and you can keep an eye on what's going on. Tudor Pro Cycling have done exactly the same. They've gone on the opposite side of the road. It's just when you get close to corners, the team needs to be ready and committed to make an acceleration to then get into the front of the bunch. As soon as they're able to do that and they're all in it together, that's when the sprinter is safe and they can move up. But if they're not ready and the front rider decides to really make an acceleration to lead them into a technical corner, that's when the sprinter gets lost and he has to make a big effort to find the team again.
And through these corners that we've got here is just opening that gas a little bit to then fan out as a team naturally through the corner to keep the lead out together so that you can come back into a line when you exit the corner.
Yeah, it's the same as for the best riders. Think about it, well, you're driving a train or a lorry. It's longer than just you. So you have to think, if I go wider, that opens more space for my teammates behind. And the best riders have that knack and that skill. And they are driving a lorry. There's a trailer on the back of you, and you need to make space for that trailer to make it around the corner.
The run-in, 7 kilometres to go here today on stage 2 of the Tour de Langkawi. It was a sprint day yesterday of a decline of Tudor Pro Cycling. They are the team in black on the left of your picture as you look at the peloton on those bright red BMC bikes. On the right of the peloton, as you look at it, is the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team. They have George Jackson, their sprinter, and it's good to see them all on the front, invested in this one today in those famous light blue colours of Astana, Kazakhstan. The team of Gleb Syriza. He has won a stage in the 2022 edition of the Tour de Langkawi. He took 3rd yesterday. He was the man that launched the sprint. Sacha Vimas, the Belgian rider who is riding some of the best results that he's had internationally in his career already on the opening days of the Tour de Langkawi. He's had success as an under-23, former under-23 time trial champion of Belgium. He's had Kermesse victories, smaller victories in races in Belgium, but internationally and at this sort of level, it's kind of new territory for Sacha Vimas. And as we look at the peloton, we've now got Caja Rural through the centre. We've got this kind of trident formation, and we've touched on it a little bit over the last couple of days, is just how wide these roads are in terms of trying to control things.
That's why it makes it so difficult, and that's why you need a big team effort. You want as many riders in front of you to support you in that point. You see Caja Royale through the middle of the road. But of course, teams who have sat back, we haven't seen much of human-powered health. Are they waiting and saving riders to try and deliver Sacha Vimas to victory? That is Juscatel Ascardi, the orange jersey. Sometimes confused, and they have similar jerseys. You can pick the wrong one out quite easily. And then of course the pink jerseys, EF Education Easy Post, they're protecting the GC hopes of Simon Carr. This is a big battle, so hard to control, so wide, plenty of teams about and plenty of teams wanting to get involved.
So the Yuri Natarov here for Astana, just on the back. It was Leonardo Basso that did the work on the front for his teammate earlier on. Bolton Equities Black Spoke on the right. Tudor Pro Cycling keeping the pace high. Caja Rural in the white and green. Euskadi in the orange. They had Carlos Canal Blanco yesterday up there in the 7th position. It is chaos as the run-in towards the finish. Everyone battling for every last millimetre of road that they can find now on this lead out into Kota Bharu. We've had some famous winners in Kota Bharu. We go right the way back to 2001 was the last time that we finished the stage here, but the pace is super high and super frantic here, and you can tell by the way the riders are just scrabbling around now on the back of the peloton and heading up towards 3 kilometres to go in this left-hand turn.
This is the key point now. Everyone's fighting for this left-hand turn. Bolton Equities Black Spoke on the left-hand side of the road. They should make it in first, but it's all up to Tudor Pro Cycling to make a move from their right-hand side of the road.
So we go left now, and it's Bolton Equities Black Spoke, and you can see the teams on the front trying to collect themselves after that turn.
And as soon as you saw them turn left, you could see the difference in that peloton, completely stretched out. It was all across the road before that, but now looks like a problem for one of the St. George riders. Should be within the final 3K. He should be given the same time as the leaders.
And then the run up towards the finish, when we see we got 3 kilometers to go, and we see that Flamme Rouge, it's straight now, as you said, to about 900 meters to go, and then that left with 700.
Yeah, left with 700 meters. That is the final corner. Look how wide this road is here. 4 lanes wide.
So leading out the blue jerseys now up towards the front in the lead out, just trying to set things up on the front of the race. Here come Cajarural, Bolton Equities Black Spoke battling it back up towards the front. There you can see Arvid Decline in that turquoise jersey of race leader. They're keeping their tight formation down that right hand side of the road, the left as you look at the peloton. Bolton Equities Black Spoke holding their position down on the left. As we said, we have a slight bend in the road round to the right before we line up towards the finish, but we still have 2 tight corners to come on this run in towards the finish. And at the moment, John, the Tudor Pro Cycling team are complete power on that right hand side of the road.
Timed it perfectly. This is tense now. Real key right-hand corner. All the riders need to get through safely. They can come out the other side. Only 100 meters until that final left-hand corner of today's race.
Now lining this one up, you can see that there's some riders had to go wide, went right. Now we go left here. 1 kilometer to go. This run up towards the finish. The bike just holding that position just off the front. We can't quite see how that sprint is unfolding at the moment here in Kota Bharu, and it's Bolton, the Tudor Pro Cycling team on the front. Arvid Decline is there. Gleb Syriza is right on the wheel. Decline is going to launch the move now. Syriza is poised and ready, but Arvid Decline and Gleb Syriza, it looks like it's going to be between these two. Decline and Syriza over the top, and it's Gleb Syriza that takes the stage for Astana, the 2 teams that have controlled the race throughout, and it is the Astana rider that takes stage 2 of Le Tour de Langkawi here in Kota Bharu. Big power from the big man.
Brilliant time sprint. He went early yesterday. I have to take my hats off to Tudor Pro Cycling. They did everything right, but it was Syriza, man from Astana, Kazakhstan. What a sprint. Timed to perfection this time around, and he takes another stage victory at the Tour of Langkawi.
It is his first pro win last year, and he delivers again for the team, and an important victory, you would say, for Gleb Syriza to take that win, to come in and take your first win. He's had that year as a pro, first big real pro season, and comes back here and showing that he's got such good power, great positioning as well. The way he surfed off that lead out of Tudor Pro Cycling,
it was perfect. He was there on his own. I think he probably got dropped on to the wheel by his teammates, but 2-up battle between the teams that controlled all day. And this time it was Syriza. Brilliant time sprint. And a big man, a powerful man as well. Brilliant sprint from the 23-year-old.
And that victory is a really good demonstration of that ability. And that's a really appealing sort of skill as a sprinter to be able to freelance that sprint and just surf the wheels and surf off everyone else and be really, really instinctive of where you need to be and when.
Yeah, and it was exactly that. Really technical running, actually. That 800-meter right-hand turn and then a left-hand turn with 700 meters. You can see the importance of being through those corners first. Tudor Pro Cycling managed it, but that was a key point. Syriza found himself the right wheel when he needed to, and he was patient in that sprint. Yesterday he went really early. It was great for him to learn from that mistake. He waited, he timed it right, and that's what won him the victory.
And also the lead out there of Tudor Pro Cycling, we were talking about yesterday, Human Powered Health, and how it stalled a little bit. And as a lead out rider, as you said, you open the door, don't you? You leave the space for the sprinter, but you're still sprinting at full pace. Then you're not risking taking the wind out of the sails of your sprinter.
Yeah, maybe, you know, De Klein could probably look back and think maybe I should have gone a bit later. Maybe he went early. He was then led out Syriza. But from a point of view for Tudor, they did everything they could. It's going to be disappointed. They want to win every time, especially when they're trying to fight for the performance like they are. A bit of disappointment, but you have to say they were the only team. They controlled it all day. They controlled and held position on the right-hand side of the road in that final 10 kilometers, and they still ended up with 2 riders in front of De Klein around those final corners as well. So one of those days, you've done everything right, and some days you're just beaten by a faster rider.
And the faster riders today, Gleb Syriza from Astana, Kazakhstan, takes the victory. And you see the riders just making the most of the famous hose pipes here in Malaysia. Attila Viviani there for the Corotec Sella Italia team.
Just getting his rucksack on straight away. Most of the time, hotels are pretty close. He just needs to get his rucksack on, get back to the hotel, start your recovery, quick shower, and then massage, and plenty of food and plenty of water. You need to rehydrate after a hot day. 6 days still remaining as well.
And let's have a look at the sprint. Take us through this, John.
So you can see De Klein opens up. Syriza had that perfectly timed, actually. He rushed the gap, went round on the left-hand side. A brilliant sprint. Fair sprint as well. You can see one rider left for De Klein. This is around 350 meters to go. They go 300 meters to go. De Klein is waiting. Maybe he's gone a bit too early there. That's just at 200 meters to go. Actually, he's timed it as well as he could have. I think he was just beaten, and Syriza is able to surf that wheel, hold that wheel, and he comes out at the right time.
He's got kind of echoes of Marcel Kittel about him as a sprinter, hasn't he, Gleb Syriza? So he's a big lad.
Kittel or Greipel, even that same build, just a real powerhouse.
Yeah, and just 23 years old as well. Exciting young sprinter. And that is the thing about Tour de Langkawi. As we've said, it's always a sort of real sort of test bed for young riders, because they're learning and getting that experience. He's got those teammates on the front working for him all day, experienced riders like Leonardo Basso, and coming back and delivering. It was his first pro victory, but to be able to come back a year later, another year older, another year stronger, another year more experienced, another year more confident in delivering and being able to find your way and keep those positions in order to keep building those career victories.
And that's exactly what you need when you're 23 years old, just those little confidence boosting results. There's so many times as a young rider where you're one of the weakest riders in the race, you're having bad days, and of course that is demotivating. So to come away and pick off a good result, sometimes it might not be a win, it might just be a top 5 or a top 10 in a race, and the process is coming. You just have to trust it, believe in yourself. But races like this is a good showcase for those younger riders, those up-and-coming riders. It's an opportunity for them to show the teams what they can do, their own team as that, but also that confidence booster ready for the rest of their careers.
Yeah, and the confidence boost going into the winter as well, and that can sort of never be underestimated as well. Finishing your season on a real high, which is why this race now sits really well at this time of year.
Yeah, it's a good end. Obviously, you're a lot more motivated when you're happy and you have a break, and then you come back to training like, yeah, I'm going to smash next year. I finished it really well. Sometimes if you are coming to the end of the season, you've got that so much fatigue in your legs as well that you can't perform at the highest level. So that's also another good sign that you're still on the top level even this far into the year.
There's your top 10. Gleb Tsaritsa takes the stage ahead of Arvid de Kleiman, Enrico Zanoncello, Daniel Babor, Davide Gaburo, Lorenzo Conforti, Raymond Creda, Rico Anaki, Michael Ziard and Alessandro Iacchi is your top 10 on the stage. Good to see Enrico Zanoncello getting up there and getting on the podium in third spot. Babor wasn't far away today as well for Caja Rural.
No, not too far. Green Project Bardiani, 3 riders in the top 6 though, in the right position, but do they need to do something better with that? If you can get 3 riders there, you've obviously got the legs at the end, so there needs to be a bit of a conversation there. I think you want to be having one rider really high up, and committing for him is better than having 3 in the top 10 in 3rd, 5th and 6th place, when it could be a win for someone if they can really do a good lead out for one of the riders.
Because if you can finish 3rd, and this is the difference, and sometimes if you can finish 3rd, the power difference between 4th, 5th and 6th, and the power difference between 3rd and winning is hugely different, isn't it? If you can finish on the podium, you're definitely capable of winning these sprints.
And you need to be delivered in the right place, and that's what the good teams are able to do over and over again. They can really put the riders in the best position. But it is a confidence boost. There's plenty more chances to come, but definitely, if I was the manager there, 3rd place, yeah, all well and good, but let's try that. We want to try and win these stages. How can we do it better? We need to commit more. We need to make sure we're first into those corners, for example, and set up your sprinter and give him a chance at victory. It's always easier said than done, but it's possible.
But if they're finishing in those positions, they might still finish in those positions anyway. If they lead the sprint out, full lead out, they'll still potentially finish in those positions. So if that's where they're riding anyway, if they commit, they could still finish, they'll still finish in those positions, and ultimately the team need victories, the team want victories.
Yeah, they all come here to win. You don't come here for 3rd, 5th and 6th, so yeah, it's something to look at for Green Project Bardiani.
And they've had success here before. They've won stages in this race previously, so yeah. But great win today for our man from Astana, Gleb Tsaritsa, and he will take the bonus seconds in the general classification. Takes 10 bonus seconds, but for Arvid de Kleiman, taking 2nd, takes 6 bonus seconds in that sprint. Enrico Zanoncello, 5th yesterday, 3rd today, so picks up a few bonus seconds. We had some of our top 10 going into today. We've had some intermediate sprint seconds out on the course. We'll see how that affects things. There is your stage result, always provisional. Gleb Tsaritsa from Arvid de Kleiman, Enrico Zanoncello, Daniel Babor, Davide Gaburo, Lorenzo Conforti, Raymond Creda. Good to see Creda getting up there. We were talking about him out on the road. Rico Anaki, Michael Zilan and Alessandro Iacchi is your top 10 after 4 hours, 15 minutes and 14 seconds of racing today. As soon as we get an update on the general classification, we will let you know how things are going. in terms of the GC in this race. Tomorrow's stage, we start our journey from the east coast to the west coast. We go across the top of Malaysia to tomorrow, from Jelly to Baling. 183.1 kilometers is tomorrow's stage. So make sure you tune in for that one. It's been an interesting race so far. And there is your general classification. It's now 2 seconds between Arvid de Klein and Gleb Zaritza. Sasha Vimas third at 10, with Tex Bayer Batsakan still at 10 seconds. Simon Carr up to 5th at 12. Enrico Zanoncello with 6 seconds. Thomas Barter, Sarawat Sidianachai, Jon Aguirre and Tom Scully are your top 10. And it just shows with the top 10 these intermediate sprints and how important with Tom Scully. Simon Carr's moving in gradually, just moving himself up in this general classification. Here's where we are in terms of our sprints. So it's tight between Arvid de Klein and Gleb Zaritza after 2 days, 27 points to 24. That means Zaritza will wear that jersey tomorrow. Enrico Zanoncello moves himself up to 3rd. Sasha Vimas drops to 4th spot in the sprint classification. So that will be the jersey that Arvid de Klein will target. The King of the Mountains now looks like this. Amuro Matsuki takes over at the top with 4 points. 2 KOM summits taken today. Ayman Zarif drops to 2nd, which is 1 point between the two teammates. Tejbaye Batchakan 3rd. Those are all your point scorers. Sarawat Siranachai, Luke Mudgeway and Iman Arifin are there in 4th, 5th and 6th, all on 1 point. And it is Tejbaye Batsakan who's still in our white jersey as the leader of the Best Asian Rider classification. And he leads Sarawat Siranachai by 3 seconds. Tanashat Yatan at 5 seconds in 3rd. He was an early breakaway on today's stage 2 and moves himself up to 3rd in the Best Asian Rider classification. It should be another day for the sprinters tomorrow. We've got a category 2 climb and a cat 1 climb early on in the day. The cat 1 climb comes at 47.7 kilometers into the stage. We've got a cat 2 climb in 87 kilometers into the stage. Cat 3 climb coming fairly close to the end, but it shouldn't be anything at the end of tomorrow's stage that the sprinters really can't get over the top of. Anyone that's got designs though, John, on the King of the Mountains need to get into the breakaway tomorrow. They need those. If you've got cat 2, cat 1, 2 cat 2s and 1 cat 1 points, that could make a huge difference to the King of the Mountains classification.
It's a big day for the Mountains classification. Of course, we've gone over only 4th cats so far, and that would mean 2 and 1 points. But for a category 1 climb, it's 10 points at the top of that, and then 5 points at the top of the 2 category 2 climbs. Key day for that King of the Mountains jersey, but close to what it's hard to say. If there's a good breakaway, could go all the way.
Let's have a look back at our finishing sprint. Tudor Pro Cycling looking to try and deliver Arvid de Klein to a stage victory on this occasion. It's the big man from Astana, Kazakhstan, that comes over the top of the powerhouse that is Arvid de Klein to take his 2nd career Tour de Langkawi stage win here on day 2. There he is, Gleb Zaritza, our stage winner today. And good result for him today. He's going to be absolutely delighted with this one. I think a really good day out for Astana today. And Tudor, as you said, are going to be slightly disappointed, but Leonardo Basso did a great job for Gleb early on today.
They did, and it was the 2 teams that worked so hard, and that was a big win as well. A deserved win. The fastest man on the day won. So even though Tudor Pro Cycling would be a bit disappointed, they did everything they could, and a good battle between these 2 sprinters sets up for a good race.
It certainly does. Make sure you join us for more action tomorrow. It is stage 3 from Yeli to Baling, 183.1 kilometres. Will it be another day for the sprinters? Make sure you join us for more action from Marty McDonald and John Mould. Bye for now. As we look around our finish here in Kota Bharu. We're just waiting for the podiums. Let's have a look back at how today's stage unfolded. We'll try and compact that down into some highlights for you. Great day out. Stage 2 starting in Kuala, Terengganu. A 6.1 kilometre neutralised section, 186.2 kilometres awaited the riders. And it would be Thomas Barter who was our first attacker of the day, who took an absolute flyer straight through KM0. The breakaway, first breakaway of the day was Tanathat Yatan, Yonagire and Yokin Mugulde. They would go through the intermediate sprint, and it would be Aguirre that took 3. We went on to the first climb of the day. It was Matsuki that took that. We had a different group of 6 riders clear with Callum Johnson, Polychronos Solzakis, Imam Arafin, Haisvan Hagara and Luke Mudgway. Luke Mudgway launched his sprint for the second KOM of the day, but Matsuki coming through yet again to take maximum points. Mudgway managing to take 1, and it would mean that Amaral Matsuki would take over in the King of the Mountains leaders jersey. We were then down to 3 at the head of the race, Polychronos Solzakis, Luke Mudgway and Callum Johnson, as we headed towards the next intermediate sprint of the day at 98.8 kilometres to go at Bandar Pemasuri. It would be quite a battle through that intermediate sprint for those bonus seconds. The peloton at this stage looked fairly happy with the makeup of the day and the breakaway at the head of the race. Simon Pello for Tudor Pro Cycling in the black on that bright red bike had been doing a phenomenal job throughout the day to control the breakaways once they got clear, and it really was the breakaway that were just whittling themselves down as the day went on. Once the King of the Mountains points were behind them, the 2 riders, Arafin and Mizuki, dropping back to the peloton. Leonardo Basso would come up to assist Simon Pello, the peloton cheerleader, who was just getting the crowds going along the side. Great to see so many people out enjoying the race. After that intermediate sprint, Luke Mudgway, you can see there from the Bolton Equities Black Spoke team. He had taken the 3 bonus seconds, head of Solzakis. Callum Johnson rolled through, headed off on his own, and it would be a long, lonely day out in front for the Scotsman, for the Spanish Cajarao team. What a legend, you would say. Simon Pello, what a job he is doing in this race so far for Arvid de Klein. Tudor Pro Cycling, they played it, you would have thought, absolutely perfectly, but Gleb Syriza, after jumping first yesterday, surfed the lead out of Arvid de Klein perfectly, coming off the wheel of the leader's jersey, that turquoise leader's jersey, to take his second career victory here in La Tour de Langkawi on day 2 celebrations all round for Astana, Kazakhstan.
Daripada Astana, Kazakhstan. Unofficial.
We are onto the podium for our presentation. Thanks for staying with us. If you've been with us throughout the day, thanks for your company. You've been with us for about the last 5 hours or so, I think. Enrico Zanoncello of the Green Project Bardiani CSF Faizan onto the podium for a strong 3rd place today. Can this team take this away now and put everything behind Zanoncello, the team sprinter, and look to try and deliver him to a stage victory?
Second place, please Give a big round of applause for this rider, Arvid Decline.
In second place for Tudor Pro Cycling's Arvid Decline. Sprinting well, isn't he? He's looking good so far this week. Is Arvid Decline? You've got to love that you've got a boss on your sleeve, haven't you, as a rider?
Yeah, and Assos and Hugo Boss having a bit of a partnership, actually. So, interesting sponsor, Tudor, top class watches. It's a team that's on the up, anyway.
Yeah, bet they've got some good suits as well. They've got to be one of the smartest teams out there. Gleb Tsaritsa, the 23-year-old rider from Astana, Kazakhstan, takes the stage victory today and did a great job. He really showed that he is the surfing sprinter today, just using that lead out of Tudor Pro Cycling to perfection after his Astana team had delivered him into the right position on the run-in towards the finish. Second career Tour de Langkawi stage win after his first pro win here in 2022.
Terima kasih kepada tamu-tamu kehormat di atas studio untuk menyempurnakan penyampaian hadiah untuk peringkat stage. Berikutnya, majlis dengan sukacitanya menjemput Puan Aida Mastura Muhammad Aman, penasihat undang-undang KBS.
Moving on in our prize presentation.
Berusaha Encik Muhammad Suhaimi Abdul Hamid, Ketua Pegawai Eksekutif Standard Chartered Sadiq Berhad, Wakil Bubble O2, dipersilakan.
He's a tall lad, isn't he, Gleb Tsaritsa?
Yeah, he is really big, strong across the board as well. Yeah, no wonder he's such a fast sprinter. It's similar, completely right. Reminds you of Kittel or Greipel, just that full fights the bike and throws it exactly where it needs to be.
Our most combative rider today is Callum Johnston of Cacararao Seguros. I think deservedly so. Big props to Callum today for that ride. That was a tough day out there when he found himself alone.
Yeah, a long day out and a day where his fate was pretty much decided from when he was solo. So fair play to Callum, deserved winner, most combative, the bravest man of the whole stage.
It's one of those days where you think, all right, I'm just gonna have a workout now, just sit out here, have a little training day.
Yeah, once you're there, there's no turning back. There's no point going back. So yeah, fair play to him. Got his head down, kept his effort.
He himself probably was surprised. I'd love to, speak to him afterwards and see what his reaction was, because he probably himself was surprised to find himself alone at the front. Because when you're in a group of 6 riders, you're expecting to go until the point where you all get caught.
Yeah. And went through that intermediate sprint and then picked up 3rd place. Didn't compete for it either. He was happy, just content, just to roll over it, and then found himself on his own.
Sponsored by the beautiful Terengganu.
Yep. Dan pemenangnya ialah
our best Asian rider, sponsored by beautiful Terengganu, and it is beautiful here. So the Rujai Online Insurance rider, Teksh Baya Pachakan from Mongolia, is our best Asian rider. And where's that white jersey?
He's still holding tight to the white jersey for the best Asian rider.
And there is a lot of prestige around this jersey, with this being the premier stage race on the Asia Tour.
Yeah, it really is. It's a big jersey for a lot of these teams, and an aim across the board. They came here
Congratulations
to hold it and wear it for another day. Picked off those time bonuses on yesterday's stage. He went solo, decided to make a solo attack. That'll be interesting as we get further into this race, how far and how long he can hold on to that jersey.
Yeah, we'll see how he goes on the high mountains. That will be the telling stage on day 5 to Genting Highlands.
Congratulations to the rider. And next we're gonna have for the best
jersey polka dot Raja Bukit.
So we're going on to the King of the Mountains classification, staying within the Terengganu Polygon team.
Yang berbagi Datuk Dr. Amar bin Abdul Ghaffar, Ketua Pengarah Tourism Malaysia. Jersey ini dibawakan khas oleh Tourism Malaysia.
For the best climber of the stage, second stage, let's see who's going to grab the polka dot jersey, sponsored by Tourism Malaysia. Ladies,
tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, tepukan untuk pelumba dari pasukan TSG.
So the Terengganu Polygon team, and it's Amiral Fakhrudin Mazuki that takes over in the King of the Mountains. Polka dot jersey stays within the team. And if you can share it out within the team, you know, it's never too much of a disaster for one rider to hand it over to his teammate.
No, and it's not too bad. Of course, Mizuki now on 4 points, took maximum points of today's stage.
he collected the most points for the
Zarif
total points
only 1 point behind him on
For the
3
second stage.
after yesterday.
today.
The
From
big
KB
days
to
are
KB.
coming in this classification. And it really does start tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow is key with those Cat 2 and Cat 1
There we have from the Director
climbers
General of
points
Tourism
on offer
Malaysia, Dato'.
tomorrow. If Terengganu can, they need to get a rider into the breakaway group and
Thank
try
you so
and pick
much,
up as
Tourism
many
Malaysia.
points early on in the day as they can. But it's Amiral Fakhrudin Mazuki that is leading in the King of the Mountains classification.
Ketua Pengarah Tourism Malaysia di atas kesudian untuk menyempurnakan penyampaian hadiah sebentar tadi.
And next we're going to have the sprinters jersey to be given away. Siapa Rizal?
Ya, jersey yang dibawakan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan, jersey orange untuk Raja Pecut. Untuk itu Majlis dengan sukacitanya menjemput Yang Berusaha Encik Arifin Abdul Muhammad Ghani, Timbalan Ketua Pengarah Strategik Majlis Sukan Negara, bagi mengiringi dan menjemput Encik Muhammad Azhari bin Muhammad, Ketua Pengarah Jabatan Belia dan Sukan Negara, untuk menyempurnakan.
And now we're going to see who's going to wear the orange jersey, brought to you by KBS, the sprinters jersey.
Baiklah pemenangnya.
Moving on to the points classification, our sprinters jersey sponsored by KBS. Arvid Decline still in the lead in the points classification. But it is tight between him and Gleb Zaritsa. This points classification very much alive, I think, for the rest of this, given that we've got plenty more sprinters days still to come.
Wearing the leader jersey.
Yeah, and of course, once those general classification climbers get their way on the climbs, this jersey will be a hard-fought one between these two sprinters, Zaritsa and Decline.
The orange
Forward
jersey
to
sponsored
what
by
comes of
KBS,
that.
ladies and gentlemen. Arvid Decline, our best sprinter as of the second stage, PETRONAS Kota Langkawi 2023.
Shooter Pro Cycling keep the orange jersey as a leader of points. And Arvid Decline will be back momentarily
Baiklah,
to the
seterusnya
podium.
kita akan menyaksikan siapakah bakal menyarung jersey PETRONAS The Leader Jersey. Dengan itu majlis dengan sukacitanya menjemput Yang Berhormat Tuan Zamak Syari Muhammad, Pengerusi Jawatan Kuasa Belia Sukan NGO dan Perpaduan Masyarakat Negeri Kelantan, mewakili Yang Amat Berhormat Menteri Besar.
And we will move on to our general classification jersey. It's always good for the sprinters early on to be able to enjoy this
Terima
moment,
kasih
isn't it?
PETRONAS. Thank you
Yeah, they
so,
get
so
extra
much,
time
PETRONAS, for
on the
being
podium.
sponsor.
And it's always good to see a sprinter lead in a general classification, even if it is in those early sprint stages.
Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sekalian, dari Tudor
Pro
Pro
Cycling
Cycling
Team,
Team,
Arvid
Arvid
Decline.
Arvid Decline back onto the podium. Another day, another leader's jersey here in Kota Langkawi. After
First
2
stage
days,
down.
first
Second stage for
yesterday,
Arvid Decline.
second stage win today,
He's the man.
second on the stage today,
He's the
and
rider.
he keeps that
For
jersey.
the second stage as well. Nampaknya
Going
selesa
into
dia menyarung
stage
kedua-dua
3
jersey.
tomorrow.
Mereka pertama pun orange dan hijau.
And the sprinters
Peringkat
will just
kedua,
be looking to
masih
get
lagi
themselves
orange
over those
dan
early
hijau.
climbs and get brought back into the fold by the teams as they can. It will be a conserving energy, would you say, early on tomorrow for Decline?
Need to conserve energy, but make sure they don't lose a lot of time on the climbs. If they are racing really hard,
they might just have to commit to making sure they don't lose too much time, so they're close enough to get back on if they do get distanced. Yeah, it's that difficult balance, to be honest. If you go too far and take too much ease and take it easy, then you end up losing too much time and you never get back to that peloton.
Yeah, Nick, so it can set things up for a day for a breakaway, potentially as well.
Potentially it can, because if riders really want to get involved, and then we have a third cap with around 40 kilometres to go. That's the final little lump they need to go, and then a flat, fast finish. So if the racing is like it's been so far these first 2 days, it could be an exciting start to the day.
Le Tour de LANGKAWI 2023, the 27th edition.
Your jerseys, Arvid de Klein is in the leader's jersey and the orange points jersey. Mizuki takes that polka dot jersey into stage 3. Tejsbaye Batsakan still in the white jersey as the best Asian rider. That points jersey will pass down to Gleb Tsaritsa tomorrow, so he will be wearing the orange jersey. It's been a great day here in Le Tour de LANGKAWI for day 2. Tomorrow's stage, 183.1 kilometers from Delhi to Baling. Make sure you join us for that one tomorrow. Le Tour de LANGKAWI is heating up nicely, as they say. The heat is back in Le Tour de LANGKAWI.
Dan juga kepada Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Haji Taqiyuddin Haji Hassan, Ahli Parlimen Kota Bharu.
Terima kasih buat kita datang sini.
Thank you so much. Terima kasih Negeri Kelantan Darul Naim.
Terima kasih hadirin yang dihormati sekalian. Thank you so much to the State Government of Kelantan. Besok kita ada lagi kat sini.
There you have it. That is day 2 done and dusted here in the Tour de LANGKAWI, or our jersey presentations. Make sure you join us for more action. We will bid you farewell from Marty McDonald and John Mould. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now.
India.
Baru punya tagline apa?
Oyen, dah habis Oyen. Turun. Dah habis.
Oyen, turun. Oyen, balik. Oyen tak nak balik.
Siapa tertinggal kacamata, sunglasses, boleh datang ke urus dia.
Mikrofon.
Lagu, jangan biar kosong. Lagu.
Sini mulanya segala pandangan dunia menatapi kita.
Di sini masanya menyahut cabaran merentasi bumi tercinta.
Di sini bermula dunia kita.